I ask that all members rise and gallery, if able, for the playing of O Canada. Thank you. Order. Daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make some introductions relative to my petition.
Please do.
Joining us here in the gallery and I believe downstairs as well, I'm thrilled to welcome to Province House, the People's House, a number of Nova Scotians who with others have mobilized to fill a gap of information and consultation across this province about uranium mining. And I'm thrilled to welcome, for folks who are actually in the gallery, as I read your name if you want to stand up, from the Society for Safe and Responsible Resource Development, Megan Dimmel, Alice Cochran, John Kennedy, Leo Duggan, Kayla Leary-Pinch, Wendy Dunham, Sarah Trask, Brad Redden. From the Ecology Action Centre, Gillian Ramsey, Mario Hanley, Karen McHenry. From the South Shore Chapter of Council of Canadians, Marion Moore, Karen Acton. From the Citizens of Pictou County Against Uranium Development, Karen Ewing. From the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment, Catherine Chervin. From the Raging Grannies, Catherine Winkler. And a number of other community members, including Marlene Brown, Linda Valvolpin, Jacqueline Studler, Joanne Upgrove, Kim Cummings, Jean Kane, and Richmond Campbell. Welcome to the House.
Welcome. Welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
I beg leave to table a petition of which I think combined we're going to table about 7,000 signatures of Nova Scotians that have been collected since last spring. The operative clause reads, "We, the undersigned residents of Nova Scotia, call upon the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to act in the interest of public health, environmental integrity, and community safety by 1. Immediately halting the current request for proposals open for uranium exploration and extraction in Nova Scotia. 2. Reinstating the moratorium on uranium exploration and extraction without delay. And 3. Instituting a permanent legislative ban on uranium exploration and extraction to ensure long-term protection of Nova Scotians, our watersheds, and our environment from the significant and well-documented risks associated with uranium-related industrial activities." And as I mentioned, Speaker, there are close to 7,000 signatures, and I have affixed mine as per the House of the Rules of the House.
petition is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a petition from Nova Scotians from across the province, the operative clause of which reads, "We, the undersigned residents of Nova Scotia, call upon the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to act in the interest of public health, environmental integrity, and community safety by 1, immediately halting the current request for proposals for uranium exploration and extraction in Nova Scotia, 2, reinstating the moratorium on uranium exploration and extraction without delay, and 3, instituting a permanent legislative ban on uranium exploration and extraction to ensure long-term protections of Nova Scotians, our watersheds, and our environment from the significant and well-documented risks associated with uranium-related industrial activities." Madam Speaker, there are approximately 1,093 signatures on the petition, and I've affixed my signature to the petition as required by Rule 63.5 of the House.
The petition is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce petition. We, the undersigned residents of Warburton Road, O'Brien Street, and Oak Street, and Gardner Mines, request the Department of Public Works pave these roads to ensure the safety of drivers and pedestrians. There are approximately 21 signatures, and I've affixed my own as per rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a petition, the operative clause reading. Provincial local roads are in disrepair and in need of repaving, especially Sunnyside Drive, Station Street, Monroe Street, and Lorway Street in reserve. These roads are becoming extremely dangerous to motorists and pedestrians. We, the undersigned, request the Department of Public Works pave these roads, which have fallen into disrepair. There are 28 signatures. I've affixed my own as per rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a petition, the operative clause reading. Whereas it is unacceptable for seniors to live in hot buildings without relief during extreme heat events, and whereas we are concerned about older Nova Scotians who are especially at high risk of illness and death during hot weather. Therefore, we, the undersigned, request the minister responsible for housing, Department of Growth and Development, provide air conditioning and government-owned housing. There are approximately 94 signatures, and I have affixed my own as per rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a petition. The operative clause reading, whereas workers need and deserve fair wages and safe working conditions, and they have the right to bargain for them. And whereas the use of scab labor prolongs strikes and lockouts and disincentivizes employers from reaching a fair deal with workers and provokes violence. Therefore, we, the undersigned, call on the Nova Scotia Legislature to pass the Nova Scotia NDP's Bill 49, which bans the use of scab labor in Nova Scotia. There are 148 Cape Bretoners have signed this, and I have as per rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a petition. The operative clause reading, we, the undersigned residents of Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, request the Executive Council of Nova Scotia to enact an automatic seniors benefit. Nova Scotia has the highest rate of poverty amongst those over 65 of any province in the country. Nova Scotia is one of the only 2 provincial jurisdictions that does not have a program directly supplementing the GIS of low-income seniors. Seniors in other provinces automatically receive these supplemental benefits as opposed to the Nova Scotia Seniors Care Grant, which requires an application and receipts. Madam Speaker, there are 199 signatures, and I've affixed my own as per rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Sidney, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a petition. The operative clause reads, Whereas, to us LGBTQIA+ youth report some of the most concerning outcomes in Nova Scotia's annual Student Success Survey in terms of belonging, understanding, and experiences of gender-based violence, homophobia, and transphobia. Whereas hundreds of Nova Scotians have been engaged in the process and immense efforts have been taken in consultation work to revise the 2014 guidelines to support trans and gender diverse students, but have never been released. We, the undersigned, call upon the government to immediately reinstate the process to update the 2014 guidelines to support trans and gender diverse students. There are hundreds of online signatures and a page here of which I have affixed my signature as per the rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a petition, the operative clause reading. We, the undersigned, call on local authorities to prioritize the immediate repair and long-term maintenance of Farmington and 4 Mile Woods roads. Our community deserves safe, reliable infrastructure that reflects the care and investment we put into our homes and neighborhoods. Madam Speaker, the petition has 242 signatures, and I have affixed my own per the rules of the House. Thank you.
My apologies, but the petition is out of order. We cannot accept it. Yes. Presenting reports of committees. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to table the petition that was previously ruled out of order.
Not this time.
Oh, not this item? Sorry.
Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Minister of Justice, I rise to table the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission annual report of 2024-2025.
Yes.
The report is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Minister of Justice, pursuant to Section 47 of the Public Trustee Act, I am tabling the following public trustee annual reports for the fiscal years of 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025.
The reports are tabled. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a pair of reports, the Nova Scotia Farm Loan Board 2024-25 annual report and Nova Scotia Crop and Livestock Insurance Commission 24-25 annual report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
reports are tabled. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table 2 reports. One is the Fish Harvester Registration and Certification Board 2024 Annual Report, and one is the Nova Scotia Fisheries and Aquaculture Loan Board 2024-25 Annual Report.
The reports are tabled. Statements by ministers. Oh, no. I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Third time's a charm. I'd like to table the petition previously ruled out of order. Thank you.
The petition is tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notice of motions. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Permission to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in your gallery, we have 3 of my colleagues from the Nova Scotia Department of Environment. My colleagues play a vital role in safeguarding our environment and ensuring Nova Scotians enjoy clean air and water. Joining us today are Air Quality Technician Lee Lauren, Air Quality Technician Jeremy Bedard, and Water Resources Lab Supervisor Alan Tatry. I ask my colleagues to please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly.
Welcome, welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas clean drinking water and safe air are essential to public health and the prevention of illness, and we have a collective responsibility to protect, conserve, and manage sustainably for the benefits of all residents, and whereas the Department of Environment and Climate Change is advancing this work through updated air emission targets and ambient air quality standards and developing water quality objectives, ensuring Nova Scotians continue to enjoy clean and healthy air. And whereas the Department of Environment and Climate Change dedicated monitoring teams, including air quality technicians Lee Lauren and Jeremy Bedard of the Air Quality team, and Water Resources Lab Supervisor Alan Tatry of the Water Resource Management Unit, they play a vital role in safeguarding our environment and ensuring Nova Scotians enjoy clean air and water. Therefore, be it resolved, Madam Speaker, that Nova Scotians join me in recognizing these teams for their important contributions to environmental protection, sustainable management, and the health of our communities. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall read and table the message from His Honour, the Lieutenant Governor, transmitting the estimate of sums required for the service of the province for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2027. And for the consideration of this House, table the estimate books, table the government business plan, table the estimate resolutions, deliver my budget speech, and move that estimate sums required for the service of the province for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2027, being supplied to be granted to His Majesty, be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Supply. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The notice of motion is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice on a future day. I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas October 5th to 11th is National Fire Prevention Week, an annual initiative that brings awareness to the ways residents can learn more about potential household hazards and how to be prepared in the event of a fire in their home. And whereas this year's theme is Charge into Fire Safety and focuses on how to safely use lithium-ion batteries in the home, as these batteries are used in many everyday products, and have the ability to start a residential fire if mishandled. And whereas personal preparedness is a pillar of preventing fires and keeping people safe when they do occur, so having working smoke detectors, a family escape plan, and being informed is key. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House recognize the importance of National Fire Prevention Week, ensure their smoke detectors are functional, and that their family has a plan in the event that they need it. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Permission to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in your gallery, it's an honor for me to acknowledge the presence of Planetary Technologies in this legislature. This is a thriving clean tech company located in a place called Dartmouth. And joining us today are Planetary Technologies CEO Mike Kelland, Dr. Will Burt, Chief Ocean Scientist, and Diana Phillip, the VP of Community Relations. I ask you to please stand and receive the warm welcome of the Nova Scotia.
Welcome to the People's House. We hope you enjoy your time. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas greenhouse gas emissions are the primary cause of global climate change, and reducing them is essential to mitigate the impacts of climate change. And whereas Planetary Technologies, a Nova Scotian clean tech company located in Dartmouth, is removing about 10,000 tons of carbon emissions annually using the ocean's natural carbon cycle, and whereas Planetary's work, which is globally recognized, uses innovative ocean technology, which also restores the health of ocean water and marine ecosystems. And therefore, be it resolved that Nova Scotians join me in recognizing Planetary Technologies and Mike Kelland, the co-founder and CEO, and his team for their leadership and innovation in positioning Nova Scotia as a leader in climate solutions. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following congratulatory resolution. Whereas Willie Versteeg, owner of Barney Brook Farms Limited, has dedicated more than a decade of exemplary service to the Nova Scotia Farm Loan Board, bringing his expertise, dedication, and leadership. And whereas Mr. Versteeg is not only a respected voice in the agricultural industry, having owned and operated Barney Brook Farms Limited for 27 years in East Hants, Willie is a community leader, having served as municipal councillor, president of the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture, director of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, and chair and vice chair of the Farmers Dairy Audit Committee. Whereas throughout his career, Willie has been a champion for farmers, rural communities, and the future of agriculture in Nova Scotia, earning the admiration and respect of his colleagues and industry partners. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House recognize and thank Willie Versteeg for his outstanding service and lasting contributions to Nova Scotia's agricultural sector, and extend to him the best wishes in his retirement from the Nova Scotia Farm Loan Board and in the next chapter of his life and career. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby request that the following motion be adopted without notice pursuant to Rule 32.5 of the Rules and Forms of the Procedure of the House of Assembly. Be it resolved that all congratulatory motions deposited with the clerk pursuant to the Rule 32.3 of the Rules and Forms of the Procedure of the House Assembly from September 23, 2025 to the rising of the House today that have not been otherwise considered by the House of Assembly be approved.
There has been a request. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize I recognize the Honourable Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the efforts to control the Long Lake wildfires highlighted the need for strong relationships with our partners for effective emergency response, whether it be different levels of government or volunteer fire departments or the private sector. And whereas the private sector did indeed step up to help at Long Lake, in particular our forestry contractors, who rolled in with their heavy equipment, helping to build fire breaks, cutting and clearing hazard trees from roadways and power lines to keep crews, equipment, homes, and infrastructure safe, and building access routes. And whereas after a devastating event, we need skills from all sectors, especially those advanced and technical skills like operating heavy equipment and special tools, people with driver's license for classes 1 to 4, red seal tradespeople, and skilled people who can help with tree removal and clearing debris. Therefore, be resolved that all members of the legislature recognize those members of the Nova Scotia Forestry Contractors Association of Nova Scotia for their efforts during the Long Lake wildfires response and their willingness to help when the going got tough. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Mary Smith of New Waterford is the 2025 recipient of the Council of the Federation Literacy Award presented annually in every Canadian province to recognize individuals who have made outstanding progress in literacy and shown leadership in their community, school or workplace. And whereas Mary has overcome extraordinary challenges, including life-altering disease, homelessness, a lack of a formal education, and at age 30 received a liver transplant, after which she joined the Adult Learning Association of Cape Breton County to make a fresh start, and whereas Mary successfully passed all 5 Canadian adult education credential tests in November 2024, exceeding expectations on 4, created a classroom lending library, started a book club, and is now pursuing a career in the skilled trades and metal fab at NSCC. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the legislature congratulate Mary in receiving the 2025 Council of Federation Literacy Award for her resilience, determination, and commitment to lifelong learning, which should inspire all Nova Scotians. Speaker, I ask for waiver, notice, and passage without debate.
There has been request for a waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotia has been facing a challenging wildfire season with the driest conditions we have ever seen and more than 150 fires around the province to date, the largest at Long Lake, which has been burning deeper and longer than a fire in record history, and the latest major fire of this season we've ever seen at Lake George. And whereas the call to action has been answered with unwavering dedication and skill by Nova Scotia wildland firefighters, our helicopter water bombers, our municipal and volunteer departments, our colleagues at the Department of Emergency Management, and a host of other partners in the province and resources we contract and borrow through agreements. And whereas we are pleased that the Long Lake fire is under control and we are fighting the Lake George with all our might to get it under control. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House recognize the combined efforts of multiple organizations to protect our communities from the wildfire and support everyone affected. Madam Speaker, I request waiver notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Team Nova Scotia competed at the 2025 Canada Summer Games with determination, skill and pride, representing our province with distinction on the national stage. And whereas the athletes, coaches, staff, and volunteers of Team Nova Scotia demonstrated remarkable dedication, teamwork, and perseverance throughout the competition. And whereas Team Nova Scotia set a record for the most medals ever won by the province at the Canada Games, marking a historic achievement, bringing home 61 medals, 21 gold, 22 silver, and 18 bronze. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House join me in congratulating Team Nova Scotia on this record-setting performance and recognizing the inspiration they provide to Nova Scotians right across this beautiful province. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me quickly set the stage. In 1975, Iron Maiden was formed. Quite possibly the greatest fight in the history of sports, the Thriller in Manila, happened. Saturday Night Live debuted, and a small company named Microsoft was founded. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Gordon Hebb began serving with the office of the Legislative Council on December 1st, 1975, and whereas Gordon Hebb has led the office of the Legislative Council for 31 years, making him the longest-serving Chief Legislative Counsel in Canada. Maybe the world, Gordon, maybe the world. And whereas Gordon Hebb is recognized, and rightfully so, by his peers in Canada and beyond for his excellence as a legislative drafter and his authority on parliamentary law. Therefore, be it resolved that the House recognize Gordon's tremendous contribution to lawmaking in the province and thank him for his 50 years of service in the House of Assembly. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I was waiting for the smile. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With unanimous consent of the House, I'd like to revert back to tabling of reports and regulations.
There has been a request to table back to revert back to tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Is it agreed? Agreed. No? Okay. It is not agreed. The motion is defeated. Before we move on to introduction of bills, I have some special guests. I beg leave to do an introduction. Miss Emma, who is fantastic, and I met her here in the house on a tour, and her father Ryan, and unfortunately her mother Jess couldn't make it today, but just welcome to the sitting, and please stand. Yeah, welcome. She looks absolutely fabulous in the Speaker's top hat, by the way. Okay, so we move on to introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 2001, the Fatality Investigations Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 2001, the Fatality Investigation Act.
Bill 174, an act to amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 2001, the Fatality Investigations Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Protect Renters from Unfair Practices.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Protect Renters from Unfair Practices.
Bill 175, an act to protect renters from unfair practices.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Increase the Housing Supply.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Increase the Housing Supply.
Bill 176, an act to increase the housing supply.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting a Commercial Rent Cap.
The honourable member for Halifax Chebucto begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting a Commercial Rent Cap.
Bill 177, an act respecting a commercial rent cap.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Residential Tenancies Act, respecting safe and clean apartments.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Residential Tenancy Act, respecting safe and clean apartments.
Bill 178, an act to amend Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Residential Tenancies Act, respecting safe and clean apartments.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make a quick introduction before I introduce my bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the gallery today, we have an old friend, Emily Lutz, who is the Executive Director of the Nova Scotia Fruit Growers. And beside her, we have Jeanette McDonald from the Wild Blueberry Association of Nova Scotia. Thanks for coming.
Well, welcome to the People's House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce the bill entitled An Act Respecting Income Stability for Agricultural Producers.
The honourable member for Halifax Chebucto begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Income Stability for Agriculture Producers.
Bill 179, an act respecting income stability for agricultural producers.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Residential Tenancies Act, respecting protection for pet owners.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Residential Tenancy Act, respecting protection for pet owners.
Bill 180, an act to amend Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Residential Tenancies Act, respecting protection for pet owners.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act Respecting Affordable Housing Accountability.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Affordable Housing Accountability.
Bill 181, an act respecting affordable housing accountability.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 27 of the Acts of 2000, the Employment Support and Income Assistance Act, respecting equal support for the unhoused.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 27 of the Acts of 2000, the Employment Support and Income Assistance Act, respecting equal support for the unhoused.
Bill 182, an act to amend Chapter 27 of the Acts of 2000, the Employment Support and Income Assistance Act, respecting equal support for the unhoused.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2016, the Mineral Resources Act.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2016, the Mineral Resources Act.
Bill 183, an act to amend Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2016, the Mineral Resources Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Protect Additional Nature Areas in Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Protect Additional Nature Areas in Nova Scotia.
Bill 184, an act to protect additional nature areas in Nova Scotia.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 13 of the Acts of 2012, the Patient Safety Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 13 of the Acts of 2012, the Patient Safety Act.
Bill 185, an act to amend Chapter 13 of the Acts of 2012, the Patient Safety Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices, I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
I was going for, Madam Speaker, notices of motion.
Oh, okay. Notices of motion. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas January 7th is recognized as International Day to End Conversion Therapy. Conversion therapy is based on and propagates myths and stereotypes about sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. And whereas conversion therapy seeks to change an individual's sexual orientation to heterosexual, to change an individual's gender identity to cisgender, or to change an individual's gender expression so that it corresponds to the sex assigned to them at birth. And conversion therapy has caused significant harm to persons who have been subjected to it, including depression, anxiety, self-rejection, social isolation, suicidal ideation, and suicide attempts, as well as infringing on their rights to dignity and equality. And whereas in December 2021, both the Canadian Senate and the House of Commons unanimously passed Bill C-4, which banned the harmful practice of conversion therapy. And on January 7, 2022, the day on which Bill C-4 came into force, conversion therapy became illegal in Canada. And it is desirable to raise awareness of the harms caused by conversion therapy, and that it is fitting that the 7th of January is established as a day of reflection. Be it therefore resolved that on a future day, the House shall debate the importance of recognizing January 7th as International Day to End Conversion Therapy and the harms caused by conversion therapy. I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? No. There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas survivors of sexual assault, sexual harassment, and sexual violence in Nova Scotia are being pressured into non-disclosure agreements to silence them, causing significant harms to mental and physical health, creating barriers to care. Whereas other jurisdictions have introduced survivor-led safeguards that curb the misuse of NDAs while protecting the right to speak with police, legal counsel, regulated health professionals, and trusted supports. And whereas Nova Scotia lacks equivalent statutory protections and clear directives to public bodies regarding the use of NDAs in these cases, therefore be it resolved that this topic be referred to the Standing Committee on Health as a priority, a public study of the use and misuse of NDAs in cases of sexual assault, sexual harassment, and sexual violence in Nova Scotia, including impacts on mental health, access to care, patient safety, and public health, and to report back this to the House with findings and recommendations. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. Statements by members. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just before I do my statement, can I make an introduction?
Please do.
Seated in the gallery behind me today, we have former colleagues, former Halifax Regional Municipality Councillor, former MLA. The Honourable Steve Craig is with us today. Welcome, Steve.
Welcome back. We hope you enjoy your time here. Do you miss it, Honourable? Okay. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the career and contributions of Keith Doucette. He started in radio and then moved to the Canadian press. For the last 25 years, Keith has been with CP covering stories that matter to Nova Scotians. His work was acknowledged in 2020. In that year, he was part of a team of Canadian press reporters who won the 2020 National Newspaper Award for breaking news for their coverage of the mass shooting in Portapique. From tragedy to triumph, he covered countless elections, budgets, celebrations, and milestones. And now I ask all members to join me in congratulating Keith as he marks a milestone of his own. This is the last legislative session that he will cover. We wish you well in your retirement, Keith, and hope you have a chance to watch many Habs games, and we thank you for your work. Maybe we ask Keith to stand and receive the warm welcome from the House.
Thank you for your service, and we all know you'll still come back to watch. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to join in acknowledging one of the stalwarts of the Nova Scotia Legislature Press Gallery, Keith Doucette. Keith will retire later this month. We expect the sitting to end today and that this will be his last day covering the Nova Scotia Legislature from the People's House. I don't know if he'll come back to watch, but certainly we hope he will. On a personal note, I'll say that it's daunting to face a scrum as a newly elected MLA, and Keith asked questions right over the plate. Waited till he got an answer, was dogged but fair and kind, and his reporting was an invaluable contribution to the people's understanding what happened in this House. Some might think of Keith as a little bit grumpy, but we know that underneath that rough exterior, there is a heart of gold that is dedicated to telling it like it is and serving the people of Nova Scotia. So thank you, Keith, for your work over all of these years, and best of luck in the next chapter.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and our caucus wants to join our colleagues in thanking Keith Doucette, who's here in the gallery, for his many years of work, more than 20 years of asking tough questions, always fair though, and he's moving on to a well-deserved retirement. He's been a valued journalist for MLAs and staff on all sides of the House, and we're grateful for the dedication and integrity he has shown throughout his career. And of course, he always approached the job with limitless optimism that only an Expos fan could have. All jokes aside, I hope retirement brings you lots of well-deserved rest and relaxation. On behalf of all of us, thank you and congratulations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Sidney, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to request that the time allocation for daily business be extended. I know that people on all sides of the House have some guests, and we would like an additional 10 minutes.
To the member statements. There has been a request to add 10 minutes to the member statements. Is it agreed? There are several nays. Unfortunately, no. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make several introductions before I begin my statement.
Please do.
In the gallery, I am honored to introduce members of the Mascot Athletic Club. Would you please stand when your name is called? Kristen Hall, Morgan Pugh Toole, Doug Ellery, Jacob McKenna.
Order. The time has expired. Oral questions put by members to the ministers. The time is 10 o'clock. We will finish at 10:50. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, power bills have gone up $400 a year since this government was elected. There is a rate hike coming from Nova Scotia Power. What is this government doing to help people cope with rising costs? Well, they chose to kick 46,000 Nova Scotians off of the heating assistance rebate program with no warning, and they cut hundreds of dollars from those who remain eligible. And so my question is, how can this Premier, who has spent a historic amount of money, justify these cuts on the backs of working Nova Scotians?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And these are tough decisions for sure, but I want to assure Nova Scotians that the amount that's paid out under the HARP program, as it's known, is higher today. Much higher today than it was when we first formed government, Madam Speaker. We've taken a number of initiatives to try and support Nova Scotians. We know many people are struggling. We've taken a number of initiatives to try and support them. We reduced taxes by $500 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when we did that, Madam Speaker, the NDP voted against that tax cut that supports Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker. We instituted a school lunch program that is supporting so many students across this province. When we did that, Madam Speaker, the NDP voted against that program, Madam Speaker. We will continue to look for ways to support Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. They cut taxes and they cut programs, but we know that rent has gone up for the average Nova Scotian by $4,400 since this government has been elected. At the same time, eviction timelines have become tighter and protections have gotten weaker. Life is getting more expensive and more uncertain under this government. Why is the Premier rushing to end this legislative session when there is still so much work to be done for Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we know that there's many Nova Scotians struggling. That's why we have a deficit. We're investing in Nova Scotians. We will continue to invest in Nova Scotians. So we know that's what's needed at this time. We're not afraid to do that, Madam Speaker. We will continue to do that. Now that's the opposite of what Nova Scotians saw when the NDP had their one chance in government. Madam Speaker, you know what they did? They raised taxes when Nova Scotians were under an affordability crisis. Madam Speaker, do you know that they raised taxes after promising Nova Scotians that they would not raise taxes? Actually, why I got involved in politics, Madam Speaker, to be honest. But we know that we're investing in healthcare. We know we're investing in housing, record housing starts. But we also know there's work to be done, Madam Speaker. We'll continue to do it.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's October, but I'd like to be the first to welcome the Premier to 2025. Nova Scotians in 2025 are working harder than ever to make ends meet. Since this government has been elected, the average Nova Scotian's rent has gone up by nearly $4,400 a year. Families are spending $400 more a year on their power bills, and the poverty rate in Nova Scotia is the highest in the country, and it has increased by 59%. When will this Premier spend as much time on these issues and the issues facing Nova Scotians as he does on his PR campaigns?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we know there's work to be done for sure. That's why we're doing the work, Madam Speaker. Free bridge tolls helping a lot of Nova Scotians every single day, Madam Speaker. You know who voted against that? The NDP, Madam Speaker. Free parking at hospitals, Madam Speaker. You know who voted against that? The NDP, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I could go on and on about the investments we've made in Nova Scotians that the NDP voted against. In fact, they got so tired of voting against things that they don't even vote on many things now, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are here to support Nova Scotians. We're not ashamed to do it. We will continue to get it done for Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker.
Oh, we're all so friendly today. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Well, Madam Speaker, I know who voted last night. I voted. They didn't, and he didn't. Madam Speaker.
Oh.
Yeah. Well.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
I was here. Madam Speaker, in my 10 years... Madam Speaker, in my 10 years as MLA, I've never seen so many parents reach out in support of an idea to have setting minimum age requirements for social media. Families want us to protect children from the real harms they are facing online. Last week, the government put an op-ed out saying that it can only be effective if the federal government takes the lead, which we agree with. So I'd like to ask the Premier, while he was in Ottawa the last 2 days, did he raise this issue with the government?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
So thank you, Madam Speaker, for this important question. We know protecting kids is paramount for sure. That's why we removed cell phones from classrooms, Madam Speaker. And I accept, I appreciate that it's an idea that's being advanced, but there's so many, practical issues with the idea. To prove your age, you'd have to give your ID to the likes of Elon Musk and Bill Gates and some of these people, Madam Speaker. And at a time that, we're seeing so many things happening in the world, I don't think it's a good idea to give that type of information to those people. But we'll look for ways to support children, Madam Speaker, and we'll continue to do that.
I I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, instead of just writing an op-ed, perhaps the Premier would consider joining us and sending a direct letter to the federal government on this. We know this conversation has already started internationally. In Australia, it began at the state level, and now the federal government is there moving forward with legislation. Here at home, the evidence is clear. 1 in 3 children report being exposed to harmful content before the age of 13. Will the Premier agree to adding his voice to ours in a joint letter to the federal government urging action?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we know members in this House would know that social media can be a toxic place for sure. So I admire the efforts, but there are challenges with it for sure, but we always look for ways to support children. And I will say that I do value incredibly our relationship with the federal government. I have a very good relationship with the Prime Minister and a number of ministers there, and I'm happy how they support Nova Scotians, how they support Canadians. I share their optimism for what is possible in this country and in this province. We'll continue to work with them on incredibly important issues, possibly including this one at some point.
I recognize the Honourable Leader for the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, Nova Scotia has a chance to show real leadership on this file. We've seen jurisdictions around the world grapple with the same problem, and parents here are saying the same thing. They want us to act. Research shows that early and excessive social media use is linked to higher rates of anxiety, depression, and bullying among young people. Will the Premier commit today to working across party lines to move this forward so the children in Nova Scotia are better protected online?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, I think we've shown Nova Scotians and Canadians that we are a government of action. We do show leadership. We're leading the country in so many ways in healthcare improvements, incredible work that's been done in healthcare, getting rid of interprovincial trade barriers, leading the opportunities to make Canada an energy superpower with Wind West and other opportunities. We are showing real leadership across the country, Madam Speaker. And on the other hand, the member stood in the House yesterday and said he had a list of cuts that he would make. He didn't table that list, Madam Speaker, but I'm not surprised that he has it because that's the Liberal way. Cut, 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 cut. Madam Speaker, we're the builders. They're the blockers, Madam Speaker. We will continue to build this province up and work with anyone. We'll work with anyone who wants to work with us.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Life is expensive in Nova Scotia. I wonder if while the Premier was in Ottawa, he had a chance to look at the Parliamentary Budget Officer's new housing report. That report says that while borrowing costs, better wages and lower home prices are making it easier for most Canadians to afford a home, that's not true in Halifax. The price of homes in Halifax is 74% more than what the average family can afford. 74% more. The rhetoric from this government does not match the reality. On what is likely the last day that we'll be in this House, will the Premier acknowledge that housing affordability remains a massive issue for Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Growth and Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Simple answer, yes. We know that many Nova Scotians are facing significant challenges to find housing, Madam Speaker. That's why we have a housing plan. That's why it is working. That's why we're seeing supply going up, vacancy rates double, Madam Speaker. This is, buildings don't happen overnight, Madam Speaker. And again, as I mentioned yesterday, it takes investments from the municipal level, from the provincial level, and the federal level. I'm really optimistic with the opportunities with Build Canada Homes and Minister Robertson's discussions I've had with him. And again, we are committed to building that supply. And Madam Speaker, 167% in year 2 of our 5-year plan. That's dedication. That's work in the right direction.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Life is expensive for families in Nova Scotia. Yesterday, we heard that contrary to what they said just a year ago, this province isn't on track to deliver $10 a day daycare. It's costing families $3,600 a year to not have that. But in Charlottetown and St. John, $10 a day daycare is a reality. And when you add up all of those costs, it's not hard to see why Nova Scotians are falling further behind. I wonder if the Premier had that discussion in Ottawa, because the Minister says we need more money from Ottawa to deliver on that promise now. When Nova Scotians are working harder than ever to make ends meet, why does this government think it's okay to walk off the job after 9 days instead of delivering solutions to the people of this province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Oh, Madam Speaker, there's anything further from the truth. We're not walking away from the job, Madam Speaker. We are dedicated to this province and the residents of Nova Scotia every single day, Madam Speaker. Again, it is a supply issue. We know that we need to build the supply in this province, and not once has the NDP put forward a policy item to increase housing supply in this province. And frankly, they've avoided and walked out of this legislature to vote and not vote in favor of these opportunities and budget items, Madam Speaker. Again, I will table for the legislature all of the housing investments that we've made across this province from September of last year, Madam Speaker. Which one do the NDP want to not support? Which one will they vote against, Madam Speaker?
Come get this. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
Madam Speaker, as the government wants to argue about what happened in the past, I'd like to bring our attention today to what's not happening today in Nova Scotia. As of today, the Roseway Emergency Department in Shelburne is closed. I quote, "It's too dangerous to expect people in Shelburne County to have to drive to Yarmouth or to Queens County when they're in need of an emergency. They're geographically isolated. They need that hospital open. They need it to be a full-service hospital." These were the words of the member from Queens Shelburne in September 2018. I tabled an article from CBC on that date entitled. My question then is, does the member from Queens Shelburne still feel that way? And to further quote the member,
Order. Yeah. The question is out of order. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale on his second question.
Could I redirect that question to the Minister of Health? Okay, perfect. According to the Nova Scotia Health site today, in addition to the Rosemary, the following emergency departments are closed: All Saints, Strait Richmond, Lillian Fraser, Guysborough Memorial, and Musquodoboit Memorial. Eastern Memorial is closed October 6th to 14th. I'm happy to help. I'm going to be joining them on October 13 to cover. I asked the Minister, how does this meet any acceptable regional standards, and what's the plan for consistent, sustainable ER services in rural Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So what I want to assure Nova Scotians is that we have an integrated emergency care system. And first of all, if someone needs emergency care, it actually starts when they call 911. We have very capable dispatchers. We have an incredible EHS system. We've seen marked improvements across this province because of the investments this government has made in the emergency health care system. So very talented paramedics, very skilled. I would say best in North America, perhaps the world. So that's the first thing every Nova Scotian should know. Secondly, we are working very hard on recruitment. We've worked on a very competitive contract. We are looking outside of our borders. We're looking at Australia. We're looking at South Africa, and we'll continue to address the emergency needs in the province.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Families in Halifax are paying more than twice what parents in other Canadian cities are paying for childcare, over $22 an hour compared to the $10 a day target. That means parents are losing almost $4,000 a year because this government refuses to fund childcare properly. My question to the Minister of Early Childhood Education is, when will this government finally deliver the $10 a day childcare that was promised to Nova Scotian families?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do want to correct the member and also the Leader of the Official Opposition. Madam Speaker, we are working tirelessly to create spaces here in Nova Scotia. In fact, Madam Speaker, we are on track to create the 9,500 childcare spaces that was promised to Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker. We have created 7,300 spaces, and we have reduced the average price for childcare by 50%, Madam Speaker. That is a huge investment in Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker, and we're going to continue to work with our partners federally to ensure we get the best for Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
This government has left money on the table for contraception, and now they're doing the same for Nova Scotian parents. Nova Scotian families are being squeezed from every angle. High rent, high food costs, high commuting costs, making them pay some of the highest childcare costs in the country. On top of that is absolutely unacceptable. Families here are paying hundreds of dollars a month more than families in Winnipeg, Charlottetown, and Montreal because of this government keeping costs high. Why is this government leaving Nova Scotian parents behind instead of showing leadership in childcare?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Madam Speaker, it's easy to stand in the House and say we're leaving money behind with no facts. What money are we leaving behind, Madam Speaker? We are spending money. Madam Speaker, they're complaining that we're running a deficit, and at the same time they're saying we're not spending enough money. Madam Speaker, they don't believe in our leadership, but you know who does? The ministers across Canada who've come to the department to find out how we are making such great progress on childcare, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am proud of the work of the department and will continue to invest in Nova Scotia families.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Premier. We know that non-disclosure agreements are used to silence victims of sexual assault. I think everyone in this chamber knows that. If other jurisdictions, like Prince Edward Island, our neighbors, or most recently, like in the United Kingdom, can change their laws to protect victims, why can we not make those same changes here in Nova Scotia? I want to table the legislation from Prince Edward Island. I want to table the press release about the legislative changes in the United Kingdom. And I would like the Premier to stand today and tell us why Nova Scotia will not follow suit what other jurisdictions are doing to protect victims of sexual assault.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member opposite has asked this question on a number of occasions, and we've been clear each time. We absolutely agree that survivors and victims must be supported with sensitivity and respect, with trauma-informed approaches and with action. And as I have said to the member opposite when she's asked previously, it is important that we do this in an informed way and we understand all voices and all perspectives. Madam Speaker, I believe the member opposite would know, if she was interested in following this issue, that the Uniform Law Conference of Canada met this summer here in Halifax. And for folks who don't know, that is the organization that works with all provinces and territories to recommend model legislation, and they've considered this issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry. This topic is very emotional to me. And I'm going to continue. So the minister said, that I have raised this several times. And I do, and I'm going to continue. I am resolved, Madam Speaker, to get legislation changed here in this province to protect victims. And this Premier knows all too well. He knows all too well people that we all worked with that were harmed. When will the Premier do what is right?
Order. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and we understand how sensitive and emotional this issue is, but Madam Speaker, we have to be informed by reason. Madam Speaker, there is one jurisdiction that has adopted legislation, but the Uniform Law Conference of Canada has come together, and they do not yet have advice to us or any of the other provinces on how to proceed. They are working in a reasoned and collaborative way to understand this issue and ensure that they put forward recommendations that reflect the realities and the needs of victims. And Madam Speaker, we are watching that with very much interest, and we will be informed by that as we chart our path forward. Madam Speaker, I would encourage the member opposite to follow that process as well and inform herself on it. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. While the rest of the country has long recognized a standard 40-hour work week, this government makes Nova Scotians work 48 hours, a whole extra day, before overtime pay kicks in. Hardworking Nova Scotians are facing immense cost of living pressures. This rule takes hundreds of dollars out of workers' pockets every month. Why is this government choosing to maintain overtime rules that harm hardworking Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we believe in appropriate protections for workers. The Labour Standards Code just provides a minimum. Many workplaces go above what the minimum standard is here, and we're always looking at what's happened in other jurisdictions and following.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Minister would pay attention to what's happening in his own jurisdiction where we have the worst overtime laws in the country. Here are the sad facts. Shipbuilders and tech workers get paid overtime based on the minimum wage. For many, this means their overtime pay is less than their hourly rate. Sawmill workers and construction workers only earn overtime after 2 weeks of working back-breaking hours. This is shameful. How can this government claim to be builders when they block fair overtime pay for the workers who build this province?
Right. Yeah. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we raised the minimum wage not once but twice this year, and they voted against it. We've made a $500 million tax cut, which saves the average person $1,000. We have 12,000 rent supplements. We've our school lunch program, but we've doing a lot to invest back into workers and their families.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Speaker. Yesterday, the minister told me she was very supportive of caregivers in Nova Scotia and across the province. That's excellent news. I had a constituent tell me also yesterday that she had to quit her job to care for her mother. This came at great financial cost. As the minister referred to yesterday, Nova Scotia has a caregiver's benefit of $400 a month. That hasn't changed since 2009, in 16 years. I asked the minister today, will the minister provide an immediate increase in the caregiver benefit to family members supporting their loved ones at home?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for this very important question. Madam Speaker, Caregivers Nova Scotia is one of the organizations that the province funds, and so they're an organization that we have funded for many, many years. There are also an investment in home care called direct benefits. And over the last 4 years under our government, we have enabled home care to expand by 33% in order to provide respite care for those with dementia, as well as a significant increase in home care, where we allow family members to hire even another family member to come into the home to look after a loved one, Madam Speaker. And there are a number of other investments that I can talk about in the next supplementary. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
Madam Speaker, I did not hear an answer to my question, so I ask again. will the minister provide an immediate increase to caregiver benefits from $400 a month to a $25 reasonable benefit? And then I quote my distinguished colleagues, I'm looking for a yes or no answer. Is that possible?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess I'll start out by saying that $500 million worth of tax cuts was a good start. But the reality, Madam Speaker, is that we are providing hundreds of millions of more dollars in home care than at any other time in our history. There are more access points to home care. We have VON outpatient clinics. We have respite care. We have opened 5 new nursing homes, Madam Speaker. There are so many investments in what we are doing to support caregivers in this province that I can't even list them all today, but I'll be happy in the next session during budget estimates. Hopefully I'll have a chance to talk about that. And there's cluster care going on in our low-income seniors buildings as well, where we are putting home care right in the buildings where people are living.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Chebucto.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Waldo and Judy Walsh of Birchleaf Farms have been growing apples a really long time. But this year they need help. Because of this summer's drought, the apples are too small to go to market, and they're also worried that their trees may have experienced too much stress, and they may not even survive. Currently, crop insurance plans aren't working for growers. People like Waldo and Judy are left footing the bill when they have to replant their entire orchard. When will the minister ensure that crop insurance programs are working and there are other programs to help fruit growers when they need it most?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had the opportunity to visit Waldo and his family at the farm with the member from Kings West, and Emily Lutz was there as well. I appreciated the conversation that we had. Madam Speaker, we do have some robust insurance programs in this province through BRM that are subsidized by the province and our partners with the federal government. That being said, we're hearing from farmers that sometimes they don't work. So we are going through a comprehensive review of these programs, commodity by commodity. And Madam Speaker, I will tell you from the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture as a partner and the different commodity groups, they're very happy that we're undertaking this work. We're doing what we can now with our provincial programs, but these federal cost-shared programs are done through the 5-year agreement, and we'll...
Order, Minister. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Chebucto.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the minister for that answer. Because many apple growers were hoping that they were going to be able to sell their undersized fruit for juice. But now that the juice plant in Quebec will no longer buy those fruits, and so there's no place for these small fruits to go. This news kicks fruit growers while they're already down. Will this government commit to helping apple growers who are reeling from this news?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I do commit to it because we're already doing it, Madam Speaker. We are supporting apple producers through the All Kinds of Apples program as part of our Ag in the Classroom program, Madam Speaker. We're trying to get more local food in our institutions through institutional procurement. Just for an example, trying to get more local apples in and replacing some of the imported fruit that comes in, Madam Speaker. We're helping through season extension and the on-farm water management program, $2 million in irrigation that will help now and in the future, Madam Speaker. These are all good things, Madam Speaker. Good things are happening. You won't hear it from the negative Daily Party, Madam Speaker. You'll hear it from us. And I'll tell you another thing, Madam Speaker. Times are tough, but we're working. We're standing side by side with industry. We don't walk away when times are tough.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timperley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Environment boasted in question period this session about how much land is protected in the province, taking credit for what past governments have done. Reality is this government has protected less than 1% in over 4 years, the worst record in recent memory. I said back in 2022 the government won't meet their legislative target to end coal by 2030. And now I will say it is clear the government won't meet their conservation target of 20% by 2030, or even potentially they'll miss their interim target by 15% by next year. The question is, will the minister be protecting any land before the end of this year, or will he let another year go by and not fulfill his legal and moral obligations to future generations? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for the question. We remain committed and the work is ongoing to conserve land and water. We have an interim target of 15%. We are working, Department of Environment and Climate Change, along with Natural Resources, to achieve that 15% target. Madam Speaker, we take this so seriously that we were the first government in many, many years to invest $20 million in the Nova Scotia Crown Share Legacy. Madam Speaker, the work is ongoing, and we remain committed to these goals. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yet, having a substantial amount of money, especially federal money, on the table, they have only protected 0.7%, Madam Speaker. My question, though, it's an important question. The Minister of Environment, will he at least ensure that all the land that is currently protected, fully protected, remains protected, specifically when it comes to the Mabou Provincial Park, which there are talks of now being unprotected? Will he actually consider going backwards? It's one thing to not protect more land. Will he be considering removing protection for land already protected, especially Mabou Provincial Park? Yes or no? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question from the member opposite. What I can say, Madam Speaker, is we've been very clear with Nova Scotians since day one, when we were elected with majority government in 2021 and again in 2024, that we will entertain any conversation with any reputable person that wants to come to Nova Scotia and help build our economy. Madam Speaker, they're presupposing what a process is going to look like before the conversations are even got going, Madam Speaker. We have started the conversation. We have said, and we're very clear, we need to build this economy. We need to turn things around that have been stagnant for 15 years, Madam Speaker, and we're the government that's going to do it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Brent Bowden is an African Nova Scotian Truro police officer who has been on leave for months after a racist incident. He reached out to his MLA, to ministers, and even to the Premier, who agreed to meet with him. But he's only been bounced from office to office with no answers and no support. So, Madam Speaker, can the Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs explain how can this government claim to be dismantling hate and racism while it can't even stand up for one person?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the opportunity to say once again that there is no place for racism and hate in Nova Scotia. We have been abundantly clear about that. Madam Speaker, I also need to say, though, that I cannot speak about any individual cases that may be under investigation or before any courts or tribunals. So I'm not speaking to the incident that the member opposite was asking about. What I will say, though, Madam Speaker, is that this is something, racism is something that we have worked hard in our government to address. Madam Speaker, we have introduced first of its kind legislation on this very topic. Madam Speaker, as well, though, we respect our independent institutions that address these issues and are available for people if they have questions or concerns about these issues.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to say nope and nope, because all of these ministers have been approached by this person and nothing has been done. So when we say there's no place for racism, let us be clear that that's what is being allowed right now. So this government loves to boast about the Dismantling Racism and Hate Act with But with the racism that happened against Officer Bowden, there's been no accountability and no support. So the same is true on environmental racism. When we talk about racism, it covers lots of facets. Communities are still waiting to see the environmental racism report that's been sitting on the desk of various ministers for over a year. If this government is truly committed to dismantling racism, why is it keeping this report under wraps instead of releasing it and taking action?
Order. I recognize the Honourable Minister of African Nova Scotia Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for, I think, the question. With regards to the Brent Bowden situation, as Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs, I have toured this province this past summer, and we are supportive. We have offered support in this situation, and we will continue to do so. Our government is against racism. We support programs with regards to racism, and we will continue to do so. Thank you, Madam
You know what? I feel like saying wow. When people are speaking, we do not yell and interrupt them. If there's some in-between, little joking or whatever, that's fine. But I'm very disappointed that the minister never got out what she had to say in her 45 seconds without hearing so many other voices. Now, please, when someone else is speaking, don't yell across the floor at them. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
The Minister of Opportunities and Social Development has a habit of saying that the best social program is a job. Yet, when Nova Scotians on income assistance get jobs, this government punishes them. As soon as someone makes $350 a month, their benefits are slashed. Can the minister explain why this government is punishing income assistance recipients for working?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
I have to take on the premise of that question. We support our Nova Scotian clients who are on income assistance, the people on income assistance and their families, and support them to get a job. We're doing everything we can to connect them to work, to train them, to provide education, provide tuition supports, to provide sometimes subsidies for employers to hire them. We are working and doing everything we can to connect a labor force that are currently accepting income assistance to the job market. Because once they're there, they can afford to feed their families. They can afford to buy a house. They can afford rent. We need to continue to work to connect people currently on income assistance who have the ability to work to jobs. We have many programs to do that, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to talk more about that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Madam Speaker, I reject that. This government does punish people on income assistance when they get a job. Clear fact. The minister's failing to recognize that when folks are, it's funny, is it? Folks are able to find work, it doesn't always cover the cost of living. Many Nova Scotians with permanent disabilities can't work 40 hours a week or 52 weeks a year. They need and deserve flexible support from this government. Why is this government failing to help Nova Scotians who have disabilities keep up with their bills?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, Madam Speaker, that is exactly what we are doing. We are supporting people with disabilities. We increase their benefits. We are actually providing additional supports for people with disabilities as they work to get trained as well. This is a very untapped labor market for employers across Nova Scotia. We have literally thousands of people currently accepting disability benefits who are available to work. They have abilities, they have skills, and all it takes is some creative work by the employers across this province to put forward an environment, and we are supporting employers as they do that. We are helping people with disabilities connect to employment. They have a lot to offer. I encourage employers across this province, take a look at this labor market. There's a great opportunity there to find excellent employees, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's time for a little history lesson. So the NDP government, during a global economic crisis, adjusted its budget to the revenues it had available to them. No year after year of overspending $1 billion, no in-year deficit of over $1 billion. This government has been recklessly spending Nova Scotians' money since it started, since its first budget, and we've been asking for more prudent fiscal management. No one would run their family budget, no one would run their business like this. When will this government stop living beyond its means, spending Nova Scotia into debt and austerity?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question from the member, and we're watching the budget very carefully. We're investing in Nova Scotians. We're confident in the trajectory of the province. The reality is I'm a little bit confused because what I hear from the opposition party is spend more on this, spend more on that, do more here, do more there, and then also concern about spending a deficit. So the reality is we're getting two messages from the opposition party, and I would appreciate maybe more them looking at which message do they really want to give us. The reality is we're confident in the trajectory of our province. We're investing in what our province needs. We're meeting the needs of our own citizens. We're investing in health care. We're investing in housing. We're investing in roads. We'll continue to invest in our province.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to provide some advice and some clarity. Right now, this government is breaking a cardinal rule of government fiscal planning. They're running a large deficit on uncontrolled spending, not because of external shocks. What do we want? We want value for money, for Nova Scotians. We want value for money. We want actual results. And we want an end to the elaborate use of sole source contracts, especially for friends. You want some more specific ideas? How about Happy Pad? $1 million boondoggle. Let's do some math with that. With that $1.3 million, they could have helped over 2,000 more people with the heating assistance rebate program at the original rate. When will this government admit that they cannot be trusted with the money of Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
So, Madam Speaker, the reality is in 2010, the NDP tabled a $9 billion deficit budget, making HST the highest in Canada. That's the reality, and I'll table that. That was then Minister Graham Steele. The reality is, Madam Speaker, we are confident in the trajectory of our province. We know that we can grow this economy. We have seen the power of a growing economy. A Nova Scotia that grows is a Nova Scotia that can invest in all of the things our people need: housing, health care, roads, education, and we continue to invest in all those things. This province will grow. I'm confident in our trajectory and our direction. This is a province that has gone through many tough times. We will prevail. We can go through this.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This government talks a lot about building Nova Scotia, and I do as well. And it can happen, one entrepreneur at a time, one business at a time. Despite this, a program that helped train and elevate entrepreneurs in Cumberland County and throughout Nova Scotia saw business cuts to the business administration program at NSCC. I'm wondering if the minister can explain to us today the rationale by cutting an important business administration program that helped build the economy in Cumberland County.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. Madam Speaker, decisions when it comes to programming is made at the NSCC level, Madam Speaker. We don't interfere with that, but what I will say is that we were assured that all those students and any student that wants access to that program will have a chance through online learning and other sites.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Online learning, there's a need for it, but Madam Speaker, we need business administration program in Cumberland County, and the people of Cumberland County deserve to have a business administration program. We were told previously that it was because of decreased enrollment. So my staff did a FOIA pop, and we found that that is certainly not the case. There was not any decrease in enrollment in the business administration program at NSCC campus in Cumberland. So I'm asking the minister today, will he make a commitment to truly build up all of Nova Scotia, including Cumberland County, and reinstate the business administration program?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do want to thank the member from Cumberland South for originally bringing this to my attention, Madam Speaker. What I will say, Madam Speaker, is that when the member for Cumberland North actually announced this originally online, the impression that she gave that it was being canceled everywhere, Madam Speaker, and we had people from right across this province reach out to us in a state of panic, Madam Speaker. Kids are graduating virtual care. The member may not think that is a good option, Madam Speaker, but lots of kids are using it, Madam Speaker. It allows for flexibility and allows for areas of rural Nova Scotia that do not have access to NSCC. I'm proud of the work being done at the NSCC and will continue to be a partner with them.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, this government likes to pat itself on the back for getting 60 leases signed out of a target of 500 through the Happy Pad program. A program designed for people to rent rooms in shared accommodation with their landlord, the exact people this government is stripping tenancy rights away from, as per the bill that was passed last night. Since this government plans to no longer consider boarders legal tenants, does that make the number of successful leases signed by Happy Pad not 60, but 0?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
All tools were on the table, Madam Speaker, when we formed government and tried to address at that time the significant challenges in housing, Madam Speaker. Due to our provinces and our government's investments in housing, working with the federal government, working with municipalities across the province, we are seeing progress. We're not going to let the NDP block us, Madam Speaker. We're going to continue to build this province forward, Madam Speaker. Again, I asked the NDP, where's their plan for housing? Where is their plan to build supply across this province? Now, they may want to shoot down 60 people and their leases and the ability for them to have a safe roof over their head. Madam Speaker, I think that is success. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, here's one little part of our plan and the fixed-term lease loophole so that people can stay housed when they finally find it. We got lots more, and I can table them later. This government likes to say that the reason it isn't protecting renters is to increase the housing supply. Well, that hasn't worked. In fact, the housing shortage has gotten worse under this government. According to municipal planning documents, the housing supply shortfall in the HRM has doubled since this government took office. And most of what is being built is unaffordable.
Order, order, please. The time allotted for all questions put by members to the ministers has expired. Government business. I recognize the Honourable Member for Yarmouth.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Joining us in your gallery today is longtime councillor and current warden for the municipality and district of Yarmouth, John Cunningham, and his wife Jennifer. These two Yarmouth residents are dedicated community volunteers. They own Carlton Country Outfitters, a local small business and community hub, and both John and Jennifer volunteer for the local fire department. Jennifer recently helped stand up a local MFR in rural Nova Scotia. Joining us today here in Nova Scotia with 9,000 of their newest friends after their cruise ship that was headed to the Bahamas. It got rerouted to Halifax and Sydney. I want John and Jennifer to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House, and thank you for all that you do.
Welcome, welcome. Well, we hope you enjoy your time here. Member must have missed a notice yesterday when I said about long introductions. We'll have a talk about that. I recognize the honorable government host leader.
Well. Madam Speaker, could you please call order of business?
Public bills, orders. I recognize the honorable government host leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could you please call bills for third reading?
Bills for third reading.
Please call bill number 137, Making Business Easier Act.
Bill 137, Making Business Easier Act. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service Efficiency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's an honor to rise in open debate at third reading on the Making Business Easier Act. I'll park my comments till the end. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I've got 3 people standing here. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And so I had a chance to talk about some specific concerns and questions I have about this bill yesterday, with particular regard to the provisions around mining. And again, as I said, a single window service delivery type of approach offers quite a bit of promise. We've learned a lot about that over the last 25 years in public administration, and I think we probably all know of great experiences that we've all had in that sort of single window type environment. But what I want to make sure is that we are still implementing the recommendations and findings from the West Ray inquiry. And so one of the things that clearly stood out around how government managed mining and regulation at the time was the need to have a diffuse regulatory structure. So I'm quite aware of the special interest groups that are calling for more streamlined regulation. My research across jurisdictions shows that we are consistent with having labor and environment involved with natural resources in our mining industry. And that is absolutely what the West Ray inquiry called for. So perhaps the minister could clarify that what the intent is with that single window approach. And I would also like to talk about the move towards recognizing certain sources of information, but really imploring this government to maintain a civil service that is engaged in this discussion, that is tasked with and competent to review these documents, that's given the time in their workday to be part of the analysis of the evidence. We keep hearing, that we've, this isn't whatever that expression is, not the mining industry of old, and part of that is that we've had to learn some pretty hard lessons in this province. West Ray is one of those, and we certainly don't ever want to repeat that. We have the lessons from the West Ray inquiry, and I want to make sure and hear from the minister his commitment to maintain those principles. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Fairview. I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park. Halifax, Chiboucto. My apologies.
No problem, Chair or Speaker. That's the second time that's happened, actually. So Lena and I must look a little bit alike. Speaker, I rise today to discuss Bill 137, Making Business Easier. Obviously, a topic I care deeply about. I'm a business owner, and I know how hard it can be to keep businesses going. Sometimes it feels like the deck is just quite honestly stacked against you. The fact is, businesses are a part of our communities. They sponsor local teams, they donate to fundraisers, they gather, there are gathering spaces for young and old. They give character and vibrancy to our main streets. That feeling you get when you walk into that local coffee shop and not only do they know your name, but they know how you like your coffee. That's a small business feeling. Nova Scotia would not be the same without wonderful, unique, homegrown businesses that are enriching our lives. So it's good that this bill takes seriously both the burden, the burden of waiting on permits for businesses. I welcome efforts by this government to streamline and improve this process. It's hard to be jumping through hoops or following difficult bureaucratic, that's the word I'm looking for, pathways when you're just trying to add something special to your local community. So I do honestly want to thank the government for that. More reduction in red tape is great. So any support that can make a real difference for these businesses is welcome. This title, unfortunately, creates a little bit of false expectations because this bill isn't actually about making a big difference in small businesses. This will lead businesses to believe that real help is coming from this government when unfortunately it's not. The expectation is promising, and someone might think that this will help a local mom and pop shop who are having trouble just to keep the lights on. However, this bill does little for them, or for the nail salons, or the shops, or the restaurants, or the farms, or others who are struggling right now. The real focus appears to be on mining, not the businesses that we think of on Main Street and on all of our communities. The fact is, mining companies aside, Main Street does need our help, and it has been wonderful to see the wave of support for local businesses. It's been a true silver lining during a difficult time for businesses as they face tariff uncertainty and rising costs, but there's so much more that we can do. Here's how I know how hard it is for businesses in Nova Scotia. Since the Premier has taken office, commercial rents have risen nearly by 30%. They have risen faster and higher in Nova Scotia than in any other province in this country. Businesses can't absorb this, not without real repercussions. The result is businesses close. They're gone. And even more are on the brink. A commercial rent cap for small businesses would go a long way to save businesses that we love in our communities. Another way to help would be to support with CAM costs. Just to explain CAM costs a moment, all commercial rents have a portion of their rents that are called CAM costs. It's called Common Area Maintenance Fees, and it pools together all the costs that it goes together to running a small business. So it includes property tax, the water bills, the internet bills. Sometimes when there's a sign change, that's common area. So everybody's sharing in that commercial space, splits the bill evenly. So then you get a surprise bill from your landlord, and that surprise bill could put a business under. They surprise because you just don't know when they're coming, and you don't know how much they are, and you don't know what they include. This government could help businesses by requiring transparency around these costs. Being able to plan ahead for these big expenses could make a difference in a small business life. Massive unexpected costs can put them so far behind that they never catch up. I hope this government will consider these suggestions, since businesses do need our supports. There's also in this bill a portion of agriculture. This bill has very little to say, but there is some in there. And it's really too bad because these farmers in our province are integral to, this is integral to their lives. They grow the food we need. They're a part of the culture of this province, and I bet quite a few of us will be driving to the Valley this fall, going to the pick apples or pick pumpkins. What would this province be without them? They've had an incredibly difficult year, and this summer's drought has left fields dry and animals parched. Farmers have been hauling water to help their animals. Blueberry farmers have yields much smaller than they have before. And it's brutal for such an important industry that rely on export. And apple farmers are finding their apples to be much smaller. I've been visiting fruit growers around Nova Scotia, and I've heard how much they need help. This bill doesn't deliver on any of that. In order to make this province better for business, like really better for business, it needs to be a good starting place. It needs to be a good place for businesses to run. There we go, I got it there. And right now, Nova Scotians of all walks are struggling with the affordability crisis. Rents are skyrocketing. We calculated how much this year's rent has gone up on the government's watch. It's about $4,400. Power bills have gone up $400 for the year for an average family. And on top of that data breach and reliability issues, let me tell you, that's pretty big for businesses. Businesses lose valuable opening hours when power goes out. And sometimes it goes out on a beautiful sunny day. Unexpected. So I think this government should consider affordability concerns when they're trying to make this province better for businesses. Making business easier. To conclude, I want to thank this government for some parts of this bill. They will make a difference to small, independent businesses, which I'm here for. But I do encourage this government to take the title of this bill seriously and think about how they can actually make business easier for Nova Scotians, for the small and independent retailers and businesses. I encourage them to make business easier for farmers by taking serious action to support them in the face of this devastating year. Unfortunately, the change that we really needed isn't in this bill. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Sidney Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction well-timed to the subject of this bill.
I recognize the member from Halifax Sidney Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the gallery today, we are joined by Sarah Craig. Sarah Craig is the owner of I Heart Bikes. Maybe you've seen it on the waterfront. It's been there as an important part of creating the wonderful atmosphere we have there for 15 years. And recently, if you haven't checked it out, they unveiled a new mural called Joy Rider, which showcases both the joy of cycling and being a female business owner. And I'd like to welcome Sarah to the House.
Welcome. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to stand and on third reading of Bill 137 and add some remarks to this bill. So we all know that businesses need removal of red tape. And I look forward to hearing the minister's comments on this bill. I like to study out the bills, and it's been frustrating, Mr. Speaker, because we were given so many pieces of legislation in such a short period of time, and 3 of the bills were omnibus bills, which all included so many pieces of legislation, including this one. So I'm hoping that the minister can explain some of the things that are in the bill, and I'm sure there's nothing nefarious, but I'm just curious because there hasn't been any explanation given. There's a lot of pieces of legislation that are repealed in this bill, and there's probably really good reasons why, but I'm just curious. For example, the Baby Chick Protection Act. why was that repealed? And on that topic, I want to just bring up something. I had so many other bills and so many other questions for question period on behalf of the people that I represent in Cumberland North, and also from other Nova Scotians who have contacted me because they weren't getting responses from their government MLAs. And now, because the session is so short, only 9 days, I'm not going to have an opportunity to ask those questions or table those bills. But one of the things came up from business owners that are farmers in the agricultural industry around chicken farming. And one of their concerns, Mr. Speaker, is that chicken farmers are excluded from the Nova Scotia Loyal program. And the reason that they're being given is that they import their baby chicks. So because the baby chicks are not from Nova Scotia, even though they raise them, they are excluded from the Nova Scotia Loyal program. And the chicken farmers are not happy about that, Mr. Speaker, and that was one of the things that I was going to be asking in question period and didn't get a chance to. So when I saw this repealing of the Baby Chick Protection Act, it did trigger a question why. When I read the piece of legislation, it talks about dyeing the eggs and all of that. So there's probably a very good reason why it's repealed, but I did want to take that opportunity to raise that concern on behalf of chicken farmers of Nova Scotia. They should be included in the Nova Scotia Loyal program, and I hope that the government will reconsider that decision. There's also many other things, and I want to mention them considering the title of the bill includes the words enabling economic growth. And one of the things that's been brought to my attention by a lot of business owners throughout rural Nova Scotia is the lack of cell phone coverage and the lack of internet coverage. And that really hasn't been discussed at all in this chamber, but I want to make sure it's on the record, Mr. Speaker, that this is a big concern to many Nova Scotians, including the people I represent in Cumberland North. There's been no improvement since I became MLA. In fact, many believe it's actually gotten worse, and we don't know why that is. Certainly, technology is not my area of expertise, so some may be able to explain that reason. I don't know if it's because there's so many more users on the system, but farmers from the valley as well as in our area have brought this concern to me that it actually affects their business and is a barrier. Because a lot of the technology, Mr. Speaker, in agriculture and in farming relies on having access to cell phone and internet. And even if you're looking at the alarms, safety alarms, to let a farmer know if, say, if there was a temperature change in their barn or electricity is gone, like anything that is innovative and uses technology relies on the farmer and the business owner in agriculture having access to reliable cell phone service. And that is not the case for many people, many farmers, many business people in agriculture here in Nova Scotia. So I did want to make sure that's on the record, Mr. Speaker, that we need to see investment and improvement in cell phone coverage here in rural Nova Scotia, as well as better access to internet. It's also a safety concern, a safety issue as well when people cannot call 911 in the event of a medical emergency. A couple other comments I want to make with regards to this bill is I don't see anything in this bill that reflects work being done with other provinces to remove interprovincial barriers. And this is something that I've talked about in this chamber for quite a few years. Given the proximity of Cumberland County to Westmoreland County in New Brunswick, our constituents do a lot of work, and our natural business trading partner is with New Brunswick, especially southern New Brunswick. In fact, when I had my own business, one of them was a local food store, I wasn't able to get most of my products from Nova Scotia because of the supply chain. Most companies only delivered as far as Masstown. They didn't come over the Cobequid Pass. So my natural supply chain in Cumberland County was with southern New Brunswick. And it's very important that all government departments consider Cumberland County when they are making decisions. And when it comes to regulatory barriers, I do ask that the minister take that in consideration. I know my colleague from Cumberland South would know all too well about this as well, with his the businesses in that area of Cumberland County as well. And we'd like to see more removal of barriers between our provinces of New Brunswick as well as Nova Scotia and PEI. I want to mention, like my colleague from Halifax, Shabakdo did as well, the need for this government to look at enabling economic growth with the people that have been harmed from the drought this summer. Specifically, Madam Speaker, I want to mention the wild blueberry industry. And again, this was something that I was going to be bringing up in question period, but because we have the shortest sessions in all of Canada, many of us do not have an opportunity to fully bring all of the concerns of the people we represent to this chamber. And I'm going to tell you, I know the minister did visit some people that are farming with the wild blueberry industry in Cumberland County, and very grateful to the minister for coming to Cumberland and meeting with those individuals. We're very grateful. They are hurting, Madam Speaker. The blueberries this year, due to the drought, were significantly smaller, and also the quality was affected because of the lack of rain. So we are hopeful, I know the farmers are hopeful, that the government will work with our federal partners. Certainly I have, on behalf of my constituents, reached out to our federal partners, the Minister for Agriculture, federal minister, as well as the shadow federal minister for the Conservative Party, and the MP John Barlow. He's actually agreed to come and meet with our farmers here in Cumberland County and throughout Nova Scotia, any other ones that want to meet as well. And we're hoping for that same response from our federal Minister of Agriculture as well. Our farmers deserve, they work year after year after year to growing the economy of this province, feeding the people of this province and the world. Madam Speaker, when you look at the exports of wild blueberries in particular, we are world leaders. And it is one of our biggest exports, if not the biggest export for Nova Scotia when it comes to food. It's our wild blueberries. Very significant industry, and our farmers are hurting. And what they're asking for, Madam Speaker, and I believe they deserve it, is the same respect that was given to our wine industry a couple of years ago when there was financial support for them. They deserve to be respected the same as those grape growers, Madam Speaker. And it's not a competition, but I want to make sure that it's on the record of how difficult of a time it is right now for many of our fruit growers, including the wild blueberry industry and farmers in Cumberland County. So, Madam Speaker, I want to echo some of the concerns that my colleague from Halifax, Shabakdo, mentioned. When it comes to economic growth, there's so many factors when you're in business. And on behalf of all business owners, whether they are building owners or renting, my colleague talked a lot about the common area expenses. And the reality is those expenses are going up because of the increase in commercial property taxes, as well as residential. But that is something that I do believe the minister responsible for Property Valuation Services Corporation, really I encourage that department to look closely at their practices. I recently had a landowner contact me upset because they had an increase in their property taxes, and significant increase. And when they asked why, they found out that Property Valuation Services Corp had decided that a cell phone tower that had been erected on the property beside them was actually on their property, and it wasn't. And no one had even asked a question. No one came and spoke with the landowner. And thankfully, after an appeal and several months went by, the person's property taxes were amended. But there's a real confusion. People, and it's probably done on purpose, but it's not fair to the consumer. It's not fair to the landowners and property owners in this province. When someone has a complaint They go to their municipal councillor who says, it's not up to us, it's the province. They go to the province, they go to their MLA, who will often say, go to your municipality. And the reality is both are at fault. Our municipal partners set the tax rate, and the province assesses the value. But the landowners and building owners and property owners deserve a better system, one that's easier to understand and one that communicates more effectively, I believe, with the landowner, and make sure that assessments are done properly. We've all seen dramatic increases in assessments. I will say, personally, my husband owns a building. We purchased it in 2013, and we paid about $4,000 in commercial property taxes on that building. And now this year, it's over $14,000. And I can tell you the revenue that's coming in from that commercial building is actually less, because the businesses in the building are struggling because of the economy since the pandemic. But yet the property taxes have gone from, in 12 years, have gone from $4,000 annually to over $14,000 annually. And I share that as an example, Madam Speaker, because that is what commercial building owners are experiencing right now. So when we look at the name of this bill, I just wanted to bring up a couple of these things, because when we're looking at economic growth and trying to grow the economy in Nova Scotia, I hope the government are talking to business owners to see what else they need from our government. So again, I just want to echo the importance of improving cell phone coverage in this province. And because this bill does talk about enabling economic growth and removing regulatory burden, I want to lastly mention one more thing that I have brought up in question period earlier last week, and that is for the truckers of this province. Madam Speaker, there's been no change in helping them with the 80-20 rule that the Premier removed without any consultation with the truckers of this province. And Madam Speaker, I believe that it's very unfair, it's disrespectful. They are the backbone of the construction industry throughout Nova Scotia, and they have lost any guarantee of work as well as rate. And now there hasn't been anything provided to them in writing. They're being told that there will be a guaranteed rate, but that is not really helpful if you don't actually get the work. And we've seen a pattern in the past where sometimes decisions have been made to help people that may be well known to the Premier. Everyone, because there's been no good explanation given for the removal of the 80-20 rule, then people make assumptions because they're trying to figure it out. So everybody's wondering, who's behind this? Why were the decisions made? I know the minister had shared it was because of it violated the free trade agreement. Well, that free trade agreement's been in place for quite a few years. We have asked for proof, and as of last night when I spoke to some board members, they still have not been provided any proof that the 80-20 rule was in any violation of any procurement laws or any interprovincial barrier laws or legislation. So if that is the case, out of respect for these business owners who have hundreds of thousands of dollars in financial debt, most of them, as their vehicles, their trucks are financed, that kind of information should be provided. And I do question it because living in Cumberland County, Madam Speaker, I know full well that trucks have been coming from Chapman Brothers in Prince Edward Island, from trucking companies in southern New Brunswick into Nova Scotia for the last few decades. There's been a really good relationship between our fellow provinces. So it's not a valid I guess, excuse when the truckers are being told that it's because of the interprovincial barriers, because they all know each other in the trucking industry in the Maritimes. They all know that those trucking companies have been welcomed in when work is needed and when those trucks are needed into our province. So Madam Speaker, I did want to make sure that that is on the record, considering this looks like it's going to be our last day here in session, and I don't believe those business owners in Nova Scotia, throughout all of rural Nova Scotia, are being shown the respect that they deserve. And they have not been given any good reason why the 80-20 rule has been taken from them. And it is causing a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress, and I hope that all the other rural MLAs here in this chamber will work on their behalf because they need it, Madam Speaker. And I look forward to hearing the minister's comments on this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sorry. I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Would it be okay to do an introduction?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So in the gallery opposite, which she'll hit me later, is the lady that a lot of people have said, like, who is she? So that would be my wife, Chantal, in the back. So yes, she does exist. Thanks, hon. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here and at home with the member. If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister, what are we doing here? Minister of Service Efficiency, it would be to close debate on third reading. The Honourable Minister of Service Efficiency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise to speak on third reading of Bill 137. I know it's on everybody's mind right now, the baby chicks. So to address the question from the member from Cumberland North, the Baby Chick Act is being repealed because it's duplicative. The baby chicks, I want to assure, under the watch of the Minister of Agriculture, the baby chicks are still protected under the Animal Protection Act. So this bill is about, Madam Speaker, replacing acts, regulations that are duplicative. This act is about service efficiency. I want to take an opportunity, first off, to thank Duncan Robertson, the Nova Scotia Director of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, who presented at Public Bills. As many in this House know, Mr. Robertson represents an organization of 4,000 small and medium-sized businesses, and Mr. Robertson spoke favorably on the bill, outlining that its benefits for businesses, it'll benefit all sizes across all industries. Definitely that is an organization that represents Main Street. Madam Speaker, when speaking to this bill on second reading, I began with what it does to make business easier, because I'm filled with optimism about our future and the concrete and practical actions this bill takes to help us fulfill our province's tremendous potential. Madam Speaker, I feel obliged to begin my remarks today with what this bill does not do to set the record straight. First, there was talk that things are being rushed. Madam Speaker, many members in this House are acutely aware that the pace that government has moved in the past simply isn't good enough. The status quo does not meet the moment. The pace of action within this chamber must meet the pace of change outside of it. However, Madam Speaker, acting with urgency does not mean we can't be thoughtful. Madam Speaker, there was also talk of unintended consequences of the Making Business Easier Act. The Making Business Easier Act has only intended outcomes, eliminating old, outdated, duplicative rules and processes and making it easier for Nova Scotians and businesses to contribute to their communities and grow our economy. Madam Speaker, it was also claimed that protections are being compromised. I could not be clearer when I say that every rule and every requirement that protects our workers, that protects our environment, that protects human health, that protects wildlife, these remain firmly in place. Saying or suggesting otherwise is simply untrue. Madam Speaker, the Making Business Easier Act builds on the foundations that we have built, enabling our resource sector to flourish, our businesses to succeed, and the creation of good-paying jobs. These are the fundamentals of a strong, thriving, and sustainable communities in Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, improving and modernizing government so that it reflects today's reality and paves the way for business success does not mean we are taking away the protections that we have in place through the Environment Act. Effective rules and regulations protect us. They protect our environment, and they provide clarity to business. A well-functioning and strong regulatory environment is fundamental to a well-functioning and a strong and thriving economy. The only thing this bill takes away is red tape. And we all know red tape costs a lot. It creates confusion, it creates complexity, and it makes the very rules we want and need our residents of this province to follow. Red tape makes it harder to understand and follow. Madam Speaker, what red tape does not add is value. It's a drain on the economy. It's a drain on productivity, on entrepreneurship, on job growth. It's a drain on trade and opportunity. And this impacts every Nova Scotian. This bill is an example of how it can be addressed head on. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all members of this House who support this bill, who support a very positive future for Nova Scotia. By doing so, we have agreed that the status quo isn't good enough, and only by doing things better and differently can we unleash Nova Scotia's tremendous economic potential. And with that, Madam Speaker, I close debate at third reading on Bill 137. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion is for third reading on Bill 137, Making Business Easier Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 137, an act respecting regulatory burden reduction and service efficiency to enable economic growth.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could you please call Bill number 144 for third reading?
Bill number 144, Workers' Compensation Act. For third reading, I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move third reading of Bill 144, the Workers' Compensation Act to amend. I look forward to hearing dialogue from the other parties here, and I'll save my remarks to the end.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I won't be long, but I do want to make some remarks here before debate on this bill concludes. I want to remind the House that the NDP have been long-time stalwart advocates for improvements and enhancement to the WCB regime. We're glad to see the government bring this forward. Overall, we recognize the value of these changes to the Act that will benefit employers and workers and those in receipt of benefits because they were injured on the job. And the NDP will be voting to support the legislation. So I want to be clear about that. I do want to bring some remarks about a bill that is good as written, but that could be even better. Yesterday in Committee of the Whole, I brought forward a number of amendments. I don't think I framed them as such, but the amendments that I brought forward yesterday in Committee of the Whole were not my own brainchild or something that sort of, it came to me and I scribbled on a napkin. They sprang from the comprehensive review that took place in 2024 of the WCB regime. And they were recommendations that were put forward by people on the panel that represented the interest of workers and those in receipt of benefits. So really, the amendments that I brought forward yesterday are not partisan. Now, they didn't find their origins in the NDP caucus or NDP loyalists. They really sprang from a nonpartisan document that took a rigorous look at the WCB regime and proposed changes that would benefit workers and those in receipt of benefits. And I simply raise that to allay any perception on the part of anyone on the government side that those sprang from a place of partisan motivation. Really, we drew on good instruction, that sprang from robust consultation where stakeholders were present, had fulsome opportunity to participate. We know that many of the changes that the government has entrenched in the bill as currently constructed springs from a similar place. And that's one of the reasons why we're prepared to support the legislation. We see the synergy between the report springing from that review in 2024 and what the government's put forward. So we would like to see or like to have seen, and there's still time, that's why I bring it up now. We know last night was fast and furious, and there wasn't a lot of time to caucus and consider what changes might be made. But hopefully over the course of the evening, government may have turned its mind to a number of amendments, and I just want to highlight those. Yesterday, proposed an amendment that would have ended tiered benefits. When workers are found to be unable to return to work and they require income replacement, the present regime for the first 6 months that they're on benefits awards them 75% of their wages as replacement, and it's not until they reach the 6-month threshold that they achieve 85% benefits. And one of the things that's long been a criticism of the Nova Scotia WCB regime is how many workers stay on benefits for a very long time before they return to work. And in our view, and in the view of workers that provide input and advocates that speak on behalf of workers, this tiered benefit structure incentivizes workers to remain on benefits far longer than they would have need to if they receive the 85% wage replacement rate right off the hop and helped alleviate some of the pressures that build up when they're receiving significantly less income, receiving benefits from WCB than if they were working. So we think that amendment, not adopting that amendment, maintains a structural barrier to greater efficiency of cost and return to work. We put forward an amendment that would have expanded the salary range of workers eligible for coverage. Right now, workers making up to $85,000 are eligible for WCB coverage. We proposed an amendment that would have seen that cap rise to $120,000. And that's notable because there's two impacts here. Workers that make more than $85,000 a year don't enjoy the protection of WCB. And that means that some employers that employ higher wage employees don't offer them any protection for injury in the workplace, which is problematic. That results when those people are injured in the workplace, the fiscal burden of their injury is borne exclusively by the public health care system rather than compensated by WCB coverage. It also means that many employers of higher wage earners, if as good employers they want to provide protection for higher wage employees, have to turn to the private sector for third-party coverage, which is not cheap. And in reality, WCB is by far the more cost-effective and in many cases the more comprehensive coverage for higher wage earners. So this amendment would have given employers access to a less costly way to protect higher wage employers. And it would have had the double benefit of drawing in an additional pool of employers whose premiums would help alleviate the cost of premiums to the current slate of employers. And we know that one of the other major criticisms of WCB is that the premiums that employers pay to provide this coverage to their workers is the highest in the country. So we think that was a constructive amendment that would have had demonstrable benefits not only for workers, but also for employers at a time we know that businesses are struggling under the pressures of tariffs and all that kind of stuff. This is a meaningful step that government could still take before this is passed to provide some relief to employers while enhancing coverage for workers. I brought forward an amendment to expand the range of workers that would enjoy WCB coverage. Even though there has been recent expansion, which we applaud, of coverage under the WCB regime, there remain in Nova Scotia 120,000 workers who are still outside WCB protection. And the amendment that I introduced is consistent with WC regimes in other parts of the country where they have much higher coverage rates, and takes into consideration the fiscal impact of WCB coverage on small employers whose enterprises employ 3 or less workers. And this would have the impact, would open the door to the further expansion of WCB coverage to 120,000 Nova Scotians that currently are unprotected against workplace injury in the province. You know, we draw to the attention of the minister. I mean, I mentioned this in sort of personal conversation about this bill. I've raised it a couple times on the floor of the House. As a matter of record, I want to say again that some of the improvements, some of the enhancement to benefits, which we applaud, that's a positive thing. The implementation date for the enhancement of those benefits is still very far out in the future. It's early 2027. And so we have a lot of workers currently in receipt of benefits who those changes will not help. You know, at a time that cost pressures are immense, we've heard myriad government-side MLAs stand and recognize that this government understands the pressures that Nova Scotians are facing as it relates to cost of living, to delay the implementation of these benefit enhancements. You know, these folks are particularly vulnerable. They're not able to work, and they're certainly not as able as healthy Nova Scotians to find other income streams through other work while they're in receipt of benefits to offset those cost pressures. So, you know, if there's any way possible, even an implementation date that falls, you know, several months ahead of early 2027 would be a timely and much-needed relief, and would signal the government's recognition that injured workers are particularly vulnerable at this time, and is taking every action possible to alleviate the pressures that they feel at a time that their benefits, you know, represent fixed income with modest changes as it relates to indexing, and put them in a better position to take care of their financial obligations at a time they're simply not able to do the work that they love and that they're skilled and able to do. I do want to flag again, you know, the government is writing into law its ability to exclude itself from the definition of employer for the purposes of the WCB Act. Again, in conversation with the minister and on the staff side of things, I think I have a sense of the rationale for this, but I do hope that up to this point in the process, Speaker, the minister has not risen to explain the rationale for this change. And I would urge the minister, you know, the workers in Nova Scotia and workers advocates in Nova Scotia have seen this government legislate itself unprecedented powers over workers. In the spring sitting of the House, this government legislated itself the ability to bypass protections for workers under the Labour Standards Code, to termination with just cause principles. Now the government can terminate public employees without just cause. So people, workers and workers' rights advocates have reason to be concerned about what excluding itself from the definition of employer from a regime like WCB, which is supposed to support workers, and upon you know, a significant number of government employees rely for coverage for injury in the workplace. You know, I would strongly encourage the minister to stand at this phase and be clear about why this exception is being written in the law. I recognize that there can be legitimate explanations for exceptions, and I heartily, you know, encourage the minister to be clear about that. That said, even with the reasons that I am privy to, I'm concerned that the scope of this language, really there is a very narrow exception that can be justified by the reasons I've received. But the exception that the government is writing itself, instead of it being, if you need an exception 3 inches wide, why legislate one that's 3 miles wide? And that wide latitude that the government enjoys, because when this legislation passes, as currently constituted, the government has taken the position in WCB hearings and appeals that signal the government believes that it is not the same as other employers and has the power to deprive or claw back WCB benefits that workers are found to deserve, be entitled to, and require. The government has been unsuccessful in its appeals of those decisions, and we worry that we will see the government make a pattern of clawing back benefits from workers that WCB says are warranted after diligence and due process. So I would encourage the minister to legislate an exception for the government that's only as wide as is necessary for the narrow reason that's been shared with me, rather than give itself wide, undefined latitude that could be used for purposes that would harm workers that need WCB benefits at a time that they're unable to work. And my last thing that I want to flag is the removal of the duty of a hospital to report to the labor board when a worker has died in the workplace. I want to thank the minister in the conversation we've had sort of outside the formal debate. He has expressed that the requirement of the employer to report a workplace death exists in other statutes rather than this one, and I recognize that. But I'm concerned about the removal of really what serves as a fail-safe where a worker's death is reported in a timely way to the labor board. I don't think it comes as a surprise to anybody in this House that if a worker dies on the job, the potential liability to an employer, not only via prosecution under the Westray Act if they are found, if there's reasonable cause and sound evidence that they are guilty of worker negligence resulting in death under the Westray Act, there's that law. But I would argue that the more significant liability is the one that an employer would be subject to through civil court, through litigation by the victim's family or estate. And it is entirely feasible that an employer, without the hospital's requirement to report the death of a worker to the labor board, it's entirely possible that an employer would look at the law and look at the financial liability of civil litigation and decide the penalty for breaking the law and slow roll the reporting of a worker death to the labor board. That is the lesser cost, and a significantly lesser cost to the employer than insulating itself against civil litigation and the liability that might come from an award in a civil litigation course or case. So, and I want to flag again that even though we have the Westray law, we often talk about creating legislation that takes, that signals to potential offenders the cost of the actions should you choose to take them. We hear that all the time from Get Tough on Crime advocates. The fact is that the Westray law, which is intended to serve as a deterrent, ultimately hasn't stemmed the tide of worker deaths in this province. Since it was passed 21 years ago, Nova Scotia is a runaway national leader in workplace deaths. And despite the Westray law, we have never yet successfully prosecuted a workplace death in Nova Scotia. And that's with the dual duty to report. Yes, I recognize that in another statute, the employer has a duty to report. And up until now, a hospital where a worker goes to be treated when they die on the job, they also have a duty to report. With those dual provisions, we haven't yet prosecuted successfully a worker death in this province. And I think removing the fail-safe at this time is unwise, especially when we know it may be cheaper, it may be less punitive, less harmful to the interest of an employer to break the law or breach the law and their duty to report a worker death. And the Labor Board may go a substantial period of time without hearing about that death. If we remove this requirement of the hospital, the Labor Board may not hear about a worker death until the time that it suits the employer's purpose after they've properly armed themselves against litigation to notify the Labor Board and suffer the much more modest penalty that exists in that statute. So, those are changes. Again, I want to say overall, despite these recommendations, these amendments, overall, we see the value of this legislation. We will support the legislation, but I want to highlight that really what's coming forward here is a solid double, instead of being the home run that it could be if these amendments and deletions were incorporated into the legislation that passes here in the House. So I offer this in a spirit of good faith. I offer this in a spirit of providing feedback and input that reflects robust consultation with stakeholders in an effort to frame legislation that works for Nova Scotians, that's good for businesses, and that's good for workers and those that are injured in the workplace. And that with that, Madam Speaker, I thank you for this time to bring remarks and take my seat.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm just going to provide just a few comments. Happy to stand on my feet and vote again today on legislation. We support this bill. Overall, the legislation moves the Workers' Compensation Board in the right direction. It modernizes the acts, it adjusts definitions and deadlines, and makes practical updates that will benefit Nova Scotians. Indexing benefits to inflation makes sense and will help workers who are injured on the job maintain standard of living. And extending cancer coverage to more firefighters is another strong positive change, Madam Speaker, that we fully support. These individuals put themselves at risk for us, and they deserve that protection. Expanding the death benefit payments beyond just the worker's spouse recognizes the diversity of families today. And WCB is taking responsibility for travel costs as a practical step that eases the burden for injured workers. So there's some positives, Madam Speaker. I will say that said, Clause 1B raises some unanswered questions. Why the province would want to opt out of workers' compensation. No employer should be allowed to exempt themselves from these protections, in our opinion. And this carve-out creates uncertainty and raises questions about the fairness and reliability of the system. And I would argue with my colleague just said, this would be an opportunity for some clarity to come from the government about why they want to do that, why they want to exclude themselves. So, Madam Speaker, overall, we are supportive of the bill. We're happy to be here to vote on legislation again today.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration, it will be to close debate on third reading. The Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise once again to speak to Bill 144, the amendments to the Workers' Compensation Act. This legislation will strengthen Nova Scotia's workers' compensation system. It means better support for injured workers and their families, clearer processes for employees, and a system that remains fair and sustainable into the future. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues in this House for the debate and the stakeholders across this province. I appreciate the questions, the feedback, and also the constructive engagement through this process. Your contributions have helped strengthen the discussion and ensure Nova Scotians' voices are reflected in this work. I'd also like to take a moment to address some of the concerns that have been raised. To be clear, government has no intention of opting out of WCB coverage for provincial employees. In fact, the province is required to provide benefits and injury pay to its employees if they're injured or become ill at work. And this is also outlined in the general civil service regulations as well as collective agreements. To one of the amendments that the member was talking about, part of the reason for the change has to do with the way the taxes are calculated for preferential tax treatment, and in some cases, workers could actually end up taking more home than their net pay. This legislation also ensures the obligations continue to be met fairly and how they were intended. When it comes to workplace fatalities, I want to be clear. Employers are legally required to report workplace fatalities under the Occupational Health and Safety Act. This requirement has not changed. And Madam Speaker, this is a bill in progress, and our work will not stop here. We will continue to look for ways to strengthen the workers' compensation system for workers, for families, and employers for now and generations to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Yeah, and with that, I close debate on third reading of Bill 144.
The motion is for third reading on Bill 144, Workers' Compensation Act, an act to amend. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 144, an act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you please call Bill 149?
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy, it will be to, no, I recognize the, I'm sorry, the member has messed me up.
Not this member.
Not this member, the Honourable Government House Leader. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Oh, wait, maybe not. Bill 149, Powering the Offshore Act. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I move that Bill 149, the Powering Offshore Act, be now read a third time. And Madam Speaker, I will have comments, but what I would like to do is allow colleagues to speak to the bill for the third time, and then I'll get up and say those comments at that point.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to talk about the Powering the Offshore Act. Madam Speaker, I want to put this bill into context. When I hear from Nova Scotian families, I hear a clear, consistent message. They want clean, affordable, and reliable electricity. They also want good jobs and a strong economy with powerful paychecks that can help pay those bills. So when we talk about offshore wind, we're not simply talking about a piece of legislation. We are debating what kind of energy system we want to build for the next 50 years. Will it be one that delivers lower power bills, good new jobs, and direct benefits for Nova Scotians? Or will we miss that opportunity? Will we be stuck on burning expensive coal while the rest of the world wants to buy clean energy? Even worse, will we seize this opportunity but let the benefits from our enormous offshore wealth flow out of the province to a small number of private shareholders? That is the fundamental question posed by Wind West, which this legislation is supposedly about. The government has presented this act as a bold step towards Wind West, a grand vision for a utility-scale offshore wind industry. But when you read the text, it's clear that this bill is little more than housekeeping. It updates outdated references, clarifies some property tax rules, and tweaks some existing frameworks. But what it does not do is answer the central question. How will offshore wind be developed in a way that ensures Nova Scotians directly benefit? Where is the strategy for ensuring lower power bills, for ensuring that the revenues from this natural resource wealth stay here in Nova Scotia and deliver for Nova Scotians? It is undisputed that Nova Scotians have that Nova Scotia has some of the strongest wind speeds in the world. Some Nova Scotians too, but anyway. These rival the North Sea, where countries like Denmark, the UK, Germany, and the Netherlands have all developed successful offshore wind industries. And Madam Speaker, I want to focus for a minute on Denmark, because I believe that that is the jurisdiction that did it right and one that we can learn from. Denmark is home to 2 of the top 5 wind turbine manufacturers in the world's largest wind turbine rotor blade manufacturer and the world's largest developer of offshore wind, Ørsted. Ørsted is a majority share state-owned company who alone has developed 30% of the total global offshore wind capacity outside of China. The sector supports more than 35,000 direct and indirect jobs. And in 2020, Denmark met 48% of its domestic electricity supply needs with wind-generated electricity. That's the highest share in the world. I encourage all members to read about the Danish success story. Denmark attributes its success to 3 principles. Number 1, that offshore wind turbines are manufactured by Danish companies, established through active government-led industrial policy support. Number 2, community and public ownership of wind energy, built lasting and broad-based support for the wind power development. And number 3, the home market was used as a springboard for building export power. The early history of wind development in Denmark is most similar to prior efforts for renewables development in this province, which was kickstarted, really, by the former NDP government. When in government, the NDP established the pioneering Community Feed-In Tariff Program, or COMFIT. COMFIT offered a guaranteed fixed purchase price for reliable electricity. This helped to de-risk investment in renewable power and improve its business case. The NDP established Nova Scotia's first renewable energy targets by requiring Nova Scotia Power to buy renewables up to 40% of its portfolio by 2020. But from the very beginning, we focused on delivering the benefits of energy ownership directly to Nova Scotians. Eligibility for COMFIT focused on small-scale renewable projects owned by local entities such as municipalities, Mi'kmaq bands, co-ops, not-for-profits, and universities. And Denmark's approach is similar. For example, a 2009 Danish law requires that at least 20% ownership stake for new wind projects must be community-owned. And new offshore wind license auctions still retain this 20% public sector equity stake. More than half of the total existing installed wind capacity in Denmark contains a citizen ownership model, whether it be a co-op, a state-owned enterprise, or a local government. So what concerns me, Madam Speaker, is I don't see much of the Danish success story in what this province is proposing on Wind West and in this bill. I don't see a plan. A talk of industrial strategy for Nova Scotia to participate in the valuable supply chains involved with manufacturing wind turbines. I don't see a plan for a significant role for government equity in this project to derive public benefit directly for the people of Nova Scotia. I don't see a focus on how we can use more clean energy at home to create a bigger initial domestic market, to secure the first private investors, and eventually build export power. What this government has proposed and outlined in the strategic plan it recently published is for the project to be entirely led by the private sector, with the province content to collect a mere 4% royalty. Madam Speaker, 4 cents on the dollar for the people of Nova Scotia is a pitiful return on the enormous energy wealth sitting just off our coast. The province's strategic plan envisions that an experienced private sector proponent will step forward with the relevant experience with building interprovincial electricity transmission infrastructure. Well, guess who that might be, Madam Speaker? Which private sector company in this province has experience building interprovincial electricity grid infrastructure? Well, I can only think of one because it's a monopoly, and it's Nova Scotia Power. A company that this government has let raise the power bills of the average Nova Scotia family by $400 per year, and who is on track to make bills even more expensive. Let me put this in perspective, Madam Speaker. As a part of this project, the province is aiming to issue 5 gigawatts of offshore wind licenses by 2030. That's more power than Nova Scotia will ever need, given we consume about half of that every year. One study published by Dalhousie University, which I will table, indicates what kind of export revenues we could expect if the province exported that surplus energy. We are talking about annual export revenues of over $1 billion a year, Madam Speaker. Does this government have a plan to ensure that Nova Scotians see part of that money? Maybe. And this is just an idea, Madam Speaker, through lower power bills? I don't think so. At least we haven't heard about it. What concerns me most, Madam Speaker, is that this government seems to have absolutely zero regard over whether Nova Scotians can afford to heat their homes this winter. We've seen this government cut 46,000 people from the Heating Assistance Rebate Program, or HARP, taking $600 out of their pockets and a further $200 out of the pockets of Nova Scotians who still remain eligible. Shameful. There are low-income families that this money is being ripped away from, Madam Speaker. And I'll say it frankly, it is cruel, and it should be reversed. It is cruel what this government has done to the HARP program and to the people who rely on it. 43% of Nova Scotians are living in energy poverty, Madam Speaker. 43%. Quite frankly, I look at that number and I think we have a crisis on our hands. But clearly, this government will look at that number and think, how can we make this worse? What this legislation is missing, Madam Speaker, is a focus on how the provincial government can play a role in making the lives of Nova Scotians more affordable. When I look at this legislation, I think it truly speaks to this government's priorities. There is no plan to lower power bills immediately, as we've proposed. There is no plan to stop Nova Scotia Power from passing on the cost of the industrial carbon tax onto ratepayers. There's no plan to cut power bills by getting off of expensive coal faster. In fact, this government's plan for Wind West even somehow envisions a future where cheap renewables somehow increase power bills, a feat that no other jurisdiction has ever accomplished. Let's look for a moment at the cost of energy that this government is saying offshore wind will cost those who buy it, including Nova Scotians. So, the levelized cost of energy is a metric that determines the total lifetime cost of building and operating a power generation system, expressed as a cost per unit of energy produced, such as dollars per kilowatt hour. According to this province's Wind West strategic plan, the levelized cost of energy that the Premier is pitching to Ottawa is $240 per kilowatt hour. That is enormously high. It has already led some CBC journalists to question whether Wind West will drive up power bills. That is, of course, ridiculous. I'll table an alternative estimate of the cost of offshore energy from the same sites the province has identified as part of Wind West from the expert Danish consulting firm Aegir. They find that the same sites have a levelized cost of energy of $65 to $90 per kilowatt hour. How has the province managed to more than double these independent estimates from credible experts? So, this evidence all leads me to believe that this government's approach to energy is misguided. And, Mr. Speaker, that is reflected in this bill. First, the government has chosen to ignore the best practices of leading jurisdictions. Secondly, this government does not have a plan for ensuring Nova Scotians benefit from the enormous energy wealth off of our coast. And thirdly, I see a complete disregard from this government on energy affordability. Excuse me. Nova Scotians can't wait any longer for the changes they need. They need lower power bills, not a rate hike. They need the 10% power bill rebate we're also proposing. They need the $400 back, the average amount the family's bill has increased since 2021. We all deserve a Nova Scotia Power that works for us, one with clean, reliable energy and a power bill that is affordable. And we all deserve to benefit from the enormous energy wealth off of our coast. All of this bill fails to do. And with those words, I will table the documents I quoted from and take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I had spoken on second reading on this with a number of questions that I was hoping the minister would answer when he closed debate or introduced third reading, but we didn't get those. But they were really around industrial readiness, port upgrades that are required, market certainty, risk sharing. And so I think the bill, there's not a lot to critique in the bill. We'll support it because there really isn't anything substantial to debate. And I did reference some of the international experience in this, and I think at least my colleague was listening because she mentioned Denmark quite a bit, and they did a lot of positive things in this space. So we are still optimistic but concerned. I think the bill could provide more certainty to investors, and it does leave concerns on what I would classify as stranded assets and not having the transmission. And that's the number one thing we need to focus on, is building the transmission. That's what we know the federal government, the Carney government, but also the Trudeau government previously had multiple billions on the table to invest in that transmission, whether it's on land or subsea. We know that the federal government was interested in offshore, as was the province, so that it was bi-directional and electrons could be sent to integrate our grid to hopefully eventually having a national grid across the system, but experts know that starts in Atlantic Canada. And so the stars are aligning in terms of priority, and I think everyone agrees that we need to start moving. We submit that this should have started long ago in terms of the transmission side. We still think that going out for bids without some certainty on the funding that goes into the transmission, getting it to tide, is problematic when we see companies, my colleague mentioned the biggest, Ørsted, which actually won a contract. I think it was in the UK, and then after they won the contract, they pulled out. And that was due to escalating costs, inflation, supply chain issues. And in Nova Scotia, we had the same thing happen. That was the minister's reason why we lost 4 out of the 6 contracts that were awarded for onshore wind. And so if the province isn't ready to manage tenders with onshore winds that are much smaller scale, much less complex, we have concerns about the management of the offshore. We have concerns when we know, like the Mersey River project was delayed from permitting through the bureaucracy of the province of Nova Scotia, and that fees went up to get certain permits for Crown land access for onshore wind. And so we can't have those bottlenecks with something of this magnitude. We could do things like working on those upgrades that have funding available, federal funding, and even some provincial funding. We would agree with that. I mentioned the sequencing, I think, is problematic. The majority of what's going out in the first couple of rounds is the floating concept, which really hasn't been proven to be cost effective yet. And we would prefer in our caucus to start with some of the more cost effective fixed. So that I'd like the minister to comment on why the first tranche has been sent out for mostly floating, and if their cost estimates really incorporate the much more expensive floating concept, which has much higher operating and maintenance expenses associated with it, and therefore more expensive for ratepayers and customers. And we still have the question in terms of what was the conversation with these markets, with Ontario, Quebec, and New England. They were mentioned as markets just waiting for our energy. How does that line up with these markets building some of their own transmission for onshore wind and other cost-effective wind? So I just wanted to reiterate my questions to the minister on providing that certainty around markets, around grid infrastructure, ports, and risk assessments on looking at how we learn from Germany and other places who didn't get any bids in their last auction. But I do disagree with the concept that my colleague is advocating for in the NDP, going back to the days of a feed-in tariff program and saying that that's the way forward. We know that the NDP's contracts that went out is actually double the cost of the way to do it from a competitive perspective. So they were looking at 13, 14 cents a kilowatt hour, and that is well above market rate. A lot of these were built in far off rural communities where it was very expensive to build the transmission to get out to them, and ratepayers are paying the difference on that. That is part of why power rates are higher, and the public didn't want it, and it gave wind a bad name in the province to start. We learned from other places like Saskatchewan and Alberta to start a more competitive process. So please don't go down the line of a guaranteed feed-in tariff at a high fixed price that's well above the wholesale market. That would be my request. We are still paying for the NDP projects that were guaranteed well above market for 20 years, which is why we did cancel the ComFit program, and we brought in a competitive process for 10% of the grid that the government luckily followed through with to tender 370 megawatts of wind at 5 or 6 cents a kilowatt hour, half the price of what the NDP did then and seemingly is advocating to do again. So that's why competition is so important. And I do believe starting with fixed wind on the offshore is important. 1/3 of the cost, generally, compared to the floating concept, which is the majority. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe a lot of the sites we're looking at is the floating concept. I'd rather see an incremental approach, build up the transmission, give certainty to investors, protect ratepayers, and start moving forward with this as fast as we can, and start getting the transmission infrastructure built with the support of the federal government. So supportive of the act, cautiously supportive of the direction. Lessons need to be learned from the slowdown of the onshore. Hopefully we have some discussions and people on the ground already in markets ready to buy this power that will be supposedly on stream by 2033. And it's a great opportunity for the province. Our caucus is obviously supportive of renewable energy. We've been talking about it for a long time, and we look forward to seeing some of the projects go out to bid and the infrastructure built to hopefully support Nova Scotians and support ratepayers in the long term. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy, it is to close debate on third reading. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will just say a few words about this bill, and this is an important bill, Mr. Speaker. And our government has been working tirelessly to transform our electricity system. So in every single session of the legislature, we've made changes to modernize the system, to make it greener, to make it more secure, to make it more competitive, to make it more accountable. And we're doing that work over a constantly changing landscape in the energy sector, and we're watching for every opportunity. And we're using our policy levers to put Nova Scotians first in terms of new jobs, investment, and affordability. Madam Speaker, there are some truly outstanding opportunities for Nova Scotians as we move to clean energy. Offshore wind is an absolute game changer for our people and our province, and we have the potential for more than 60 gigawatts of clean energy from this offshore natural resource. We're on the verge for our first call for bids for license parcels in our designated offshore wind energy areas, and developers are chomping at the bit to get started. And with our Premier's leadership, we advanced Wind West as a nation-building project to move that energy to markets. Prime Minister Carney has signaled his support for it, and we look forward to nailing down what that looks like. The offshore wind development plus transmission work that will happen under Wind West is going to attract billions of dollars of investments to Nova Scotia and create thousands of jobs for Nova Scotians. So we want to make sure we keep all doors open and all the opportunities that come from developing this powerful natural resource open as well. Wind West is going to export the vast majority of that energy, but there may be some opportunity for domestic use. And that's why we're making changes to the Electricity Act to allow the department to issue power purchase agreements for offshore wind. That shows developers and investors that we are willing to play ball. And it provides long-term stability and support and certainty for investment in this new industry. The prospect of offshore wind is incredibly exciting, Madam Speaker, and the advances in onshore wind are equally exciting. And just a couple of weeks ago, Benjamin Mills announced that their turbines are up and they're moving into the commissioning phase. And Nova Scotians will soon be tapping into that clean energy, and there is lots more to come. Onshore wind is our primary source of clean energy to green the grid and bring jobs and other economic benefits to Nova Scotians. We're securing that wind through procurements, and right now we engage a procurement administrator to do that for us. And that task will move to the independent energy system operator once they are fully ramped up. And when a project is successful in a procurement, it gets a power purchase agreement to sell energy to Nova Scotia Power, and that energy we procure is for the benefit of all ratepayers. Madam Speaker, all of these changes keep us moving forward on a path to clean energy and to greater prosperity for Nova Scotians. This path brings good-paying jobs for our people. It brings new investment into our communities. It sets us up to be more independent, Madam Speaker, and less reliant on energy from other places. That will help us stabilize power rates. It's one of the many things we are doing to protect the ratepayers of Nova Scotia. And with offshore wind, the path we've chosen brings the promise of amplifying all these benefits for all Nova Scotians. It is the right path for Nova Scotia, and we're moving full steam ahead. And with those words, Madam Speaker, I ask to close debate on Bill 149.
The motion is for third reading of Bill 149, Powering the Offshore Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 149, an act respecting energy.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could you please call Bill number 150?
Bill number 150, Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill 150, the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, be now read a third time. I do have comments, but I will await debate, and I'll make those comments following that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the introduction of Bill 150, an act that fundamentally weakens the public's ability to access government information, is a clear betrayal of the Premier's honestly once powerful statements while in opposition. The contradiction is stark. The principles that were once championed are actively being eroded by the legislation introduced by this government. The most glaring contradiction lies in the power of the Information and Privacy Commissioner. And I will quote I will give some quotes here. On giving the commissioner power, the premier has once said, "We will have the courage to be held accountable by the people by giving the privacy commissioner order-making powers." Bill 150 fails to grant the commissioner order-making powers. Public bodies remain free to ignore the commissioner's findings and recommendations as they have always done. The premier not only promised to strengthen this office, but even successfully sued the former government after they ignored a commissioner's recommendation. That experience should have proved that recommendations without teeth are meaningless. By refusing to include this essential power in Bill 150, this government is deliberately retaining the very system of non-accountability the premier once fought against. The government's Bill 150 contains specific clauses that make the government less accessible and harder to hold to account. Here's another quote that I think is especially good considering how outrageously short and rushed this session has been. The government doesn't want to be here. This is a government that doesn't like to be held accountable. Bill 150 removes the word fully from the existing Act's reference to making public bodies fully accountable. This signals a legislative intent to reduce and not increase accountability. On transparency, the premier has previously said, "What is there to hide?" Bill 150 extends the timeline for public bodies to respond to access to information requests. Changing the deadline from 30 calendar days to 30 business days. This significantly delays the release of public records, effectively slowing down accountability and public scrutiny. On the public's right to information, this was implicitly supported by suing the government for withholding documents. Bill 150 deletes a core section of the existing Act that states the purpose is to release all government information with limited and specific exceptions. Removing this key interpretive section makes it easier for public bodies to deny requests. The legislative changes in Bill 150 are not simply administrative adjustments. They are a systematic scaling back of the access to information regime in Nova Scotia. They represent a clear and calculated move to consolidate power and create distance between the government and the public it serves. Again, the premier has once asked, what's there to hide? Well, with Bill 150, this government has provided the answer: the mechanism of their own accountability. This bill does not modernize transparency. It legislates a return to the very secrecy the premier campaigned against. Nova Scotians deserve the courage to be held accountable, as the premier has once said. This bill delivers only caution and control. And I will end on one final quote. If we look at the recent history of this province, for anyone to say we don't need an officer who would be responsible for accountability and actually helpful to the governing party, a helpful set of eyes to look at an analysis and make suggestions to mistakes before they are made, anyone who wouldn't stand and say they would like that and that they would welcome that guidance, well, I think that speaks for itself. I think that speaks, and we're seeing that attitude manifest itself in many ways. It's clearly on display here for all Nova Scotians to see. Thank you, Speaker.
I ask that the honourable member table the quotes. All right. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on Bill 150. amendments to our province's privacy and access to information laws. And as we know, Madam Speaker, it's been more than 25 years since the original FOIPOP Act was introduced. Technology has transformed, and the ways that government uses data has changed as well, Madam Speaker, and the expectations of Nova Scotians have grown. So there are parts of this bill that we support. Madam Speaker, the decision to make the Information and Privacy Commissioner an officer of the House of Assembly is a step in the right direction. It gives the office some more independence and credibility and more authority to speak, no matter who forms government. We also welcome the stronger breach notification rules. Nova Scotians deserve to know when their personal information has been compromised. We saw this summer impact with privacy breaches, that the impact that we had with Nova Scotia Power and the impact that our office has seen trying to deal with families who were impacted. So we believe this is an important step. And requiring public bodies to keep personal data in Canada unless specifically permitted is a necessary safeguard in an era where cybersecurity threats are real and growing. But, Madam Speaker, progress in one area doesn't excuse retreat in another. And one of the most troubling parts of this bill is the decision to lengthen the timelines for the government to respond to access to information requests. This was an amendment that we put forward to remove the terminology around business days that the government put in, which is going to increase the time that it takes to receive information back by about 30%. And, you know, I say that, Madam Speaker, because trust in government is already fragile. Nova Scotians need more timely access to information, not less. The government has put forward access delayed too often, access denied. Under this law, FOIPOP will take 30% longer. So we wanted to make sure that we put that on the record. This is going to add more time to people looking for information from the government. And with that, Madam Speaker, I will take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Madam Speaker, I have some questions about this. My first question is why? I'm trying to figure out what the intention is. What's of this change? And I'm hoping the minister could speak to that, because I generally don't know what's the accomplishment here. The commissioner has no more authority, and I'm not suggesting that authority should be a blame and shame. There's the extension of the response time. Anybody that's used FOIPOP know those deadlines often aren't met. So I'm trying to figure out what's the problem here that the amendment, the change is trying to solve, and how is the public better served? Most people are very reluctant to go to FOIPOP. It takes some determination. And the other thing that's a barrier, like it or not, is the appeal process. The appeal process is daunting to a lot of people. So I don't see any improvements to the public from either a customer service point of view or also to an access to information. Most people, I think, respect the office, and I don't believe it's being abused. I do think people are concerned, and as my colleague spoke, where is my information going? Who has access to it? So I'm not sure what's trying to be addressed here and whether the changes put forward are going to have any improvement in either customer service or trust in FOIPOP. Trust is essential around information. So if the minister could speak to me about what's the goal here and how will the outcomes be measured?
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice, it will be to close debate on third reading. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am so pleased to be speaking today to an act which delivers a long overdue update that will modernize and strengthen Nova Scotia's access and privacy laws. And the last question that was posed, which I greatly appreciate, and really which is the theme of what I'm going to say, is why. So let me put this in context to start. The last time our information and privacy regime was updated, BlackBerry smartphones were entering the market. The online game EverQuest was newly launched. USB flash drives were a new thing. Napster was just getting started, and we were all worried about Y2K. This update has been a long time coming, and the information landscape that we live within and work within has changed seismically since that time. This bill is a modernization and a strengthening that responds to those changing times. And I appreciate the comments of the honourable member from Sydney, member 2, reflecting on the elements of this which they are in support of. And there are really important pieces in this bill. The bill enhances the role of the Information and Privacy Commissioner as an officer of the legislature, ensuring independence and accountability. It also expands privacy oversight to municipalities and villages, and that's really important. That is new for us, creating fairness and consistency across the province. New provisions relating to notification of breaches exist, and every public body will now have a privacy policy and conduct privacy assessments when designing new programs or systems, helping to prevent issues before they arise. To support this work, Madam Speaker, we conducted extensive consultation and considered more than 100 submissions from media, opposition, municipalities, government staff, and Nova Scotians, and 149 recommendations from the Office of the Privacy Commissioner. Let me be candid. There's not clear consensus. We heard from media, who quite rightfully, in our free and democratic society, push for the most access to information. And I appreciate that that's the role that they take. We heard from municipalities. Their bodies, the focus of municipalities is their local operations, and they legitimately have questions about their ability to comply. How will they shift to these new requirements? And how will they be able to participate in the timelines that are provided? We heard from department staff. They have deep experience and expertise in the very real ways and vulnerabilities of individuals and systems. And their insight is incredibly important. And we heard from individual Nova Scotians who have their own unique experiences. Every single one of these perspectives is valuable and important, but there is no way to reconcile them all. Let me be clear, there is no possible version of this bill that will make everyone happy. But that's no reason not to act. So this bill reflects and strikes a balance across those many different perspectives. So, Madam Speaker, I want to take a moment now to address the questions. The question of why, and then the two particular questions that have come up, and that's the question of order-making power for the Privacy Commissioner and the purpose. So I will acknowledge, yes, absolutely, some did request that we make order-making power. We appreciate and respect that position. But the truth is, like all of the other provisions of this bill, there is not clear consensus on whether order-making power should be given. So, how did we chart the path? We did it by considering the principles and values that we are sworn to uphold. So in this Act, transparency is one of the foundational principles, and access to information is a key mechanism for ensuring that that particular principle is upheld. I greatly respect the role of the Information and Privacy Commissioner, who holds bodies accountable to our obligations to both privacy and information access. But let's be clear, Madam Speaker, transparency is not the only core value that we as government must uphold. And the Office of the Privacy Commissioner is one of many institutions that, acting in balance, ensures government is accountable. Madam Speaker, there are many other institutions, equally important considerations that must be balanced. For example, the Auditor General holds us fiscally accountable, the ways we spend money and the value we get for Nova Scotians. The Ombudsman holds us accountable in the delivery of government services. The Human Rights Commission holds us accountable in the preservation and support of human rights. And what of the safety and security of Nova Scotians and our systems? Our independent policing agencies have a vital role in that, but in addition, Madam Speaker, responsibility for the safety and security of citizens are held by ministers. For example, the Minister of Emergency Management and Labour Skills and Development share responsibility for public safety. The Minister responsible for cybersecurity has responsibility for security support services and risk management. And the Attorney General and Minister of Justice is responsible for the lawful administration of public affairs and justice and the preservation of peace and the prevention of crime. Those are just a few examples of the responsibilities that we hold under legislative authority. So what does that mean? Means we personally swear an oath of office. I swear that I will diligently and faithfully perform the duties of these offices while I hold the same to the best of my ability. It means that we make decisions about policy, expenditures, and operations in our departments that have impacts on all Nova Scotians. And it means that when a decision is questioned or challenged, the minister of the responsible department is identified in that lawsuit. So while access to information and the preservation of privacy are incredibly important, they must be taken in balance with all of our values and the responsibilities that we hold. This legislation aims to strike that balance, allowing the Information and Privacy Commissioner to fulfill his role in balance with the other institutions, and while still allowing ministers responsible for safety and security of Nova Scotians to do our due diligence to address risks that disclosure of information might pose to Nova Scotians and our province. Madam Speaker, quite simply, that is why we did not include order-making power, and that is why the purpose has been amended, to give effect to that important balance. But it's also important to remember that our amendments have built-in accountability measures. Courts hold us all legally accountable, ensuring our decisions are lawful in accordance with the laws of Nova Scotia and Canada, and this update retains the right to appeal decisions to the courts, with or without order-making power. Madam Speaker, this is a practical, thoughtful, and modern approach that balances the principles, values, and perspectives of Nova Scotians. Before I conclude, I'd like to express my gratitude to the staff who have worked so diligently to help bring this forward, a modern, practical, and effective freedom of information and protection of privacy legislation for Nova Scotians, and to the many, many people who contributed through input and debate. Madam Speaker, having said all that, I move now to close debate at third reading of Bill 150, the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
The motion is for third reading of Bill 150, Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 150, an act respecting the right of access to records of public bodies and the right of privacy with respect to personal information held by public bodies.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill 141?
Bill 141, Municipal Modernization. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I move that Bill number 141 be now read for a third time. And I'll just briefly say a few words. The bill is a Municipal Modernization Act and includes 13 amendments to 6 pieces of existing legislation, including the MGA, the HRM Charter, the Halifax Water Commission Act, the Municipal Elections Act, the Municipal Grant Act, and the Housing and HRM Act, and also includes a new act called the Transportation Corridor Act. Madam Speaker, these are all of these changes are just designed to modernize things for municipalities and address issues with the devastating wildfires still burning in Annapolis Valley. We anticipate Nova Scotia will continue to experience more frequent and extreme weather. Unfortunately, sometimes homes are lost. For that reason, this act will provide municipalities the power to create policies to reduce taxes for residents. We're also giving municipalities the ability to accept electronic payments. We're also updating the Municipal Elections Act to allow the returning officers to vote, and also to allow people to have their names obscured on the public voter list if they are concerned, if they're victims of gender-based violence or some other reason and have a reason to have their name obscured on that voter list. We're enabling that. This is a recommendation from the Mass Casualty Commission. We're working, we're clarifying some things around the special planning areas for HRM, Madam Speaker. So we're working to improve transportation. So the Transportation Corridor Act will allow provinces to designate, the province to designate priority transportation corridors for major projects. This will help improve on-time and on-budget delivery of significant transportation infrastructure by minimizing delays. We're also making changes to allow more participation in the Cogswell District Energy Authority. And finally, we are also doing something that we had done last year for critical healthcare facilities. We're enabling childcare facilities that are not owned by the province to be exempt from land use bylaws that would prevent or delay their development. So someone may wish to put a childcare facility in a residential area. This may be deemed commercial. There might be a year-long process to change that one part of that one home from residential to commercial. If the province was doing it, we'd be exempt from those zoning laws. We're creating that exemption, much like we did for healthcare facilities, for childcare facilities. So This will allow more child care facilities to be built quicker. So many of these changes are based on feedback from our municipalities, and I want to say, as Minister of Municipal Affairs, we appreciate our municipalities and how hard they all work, and we're happy to see this act modernized. With that, I look forward to comments from my colleagues.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to rise in third reading. As I've said multiple times regarding this bill, is that there are parts of this provision of the bill, the provisions are good. The policy for reducing taxes payable with respect to people's homes that have been destroyed by wildfire, hurricanes, floods, and storms and other natural disasters is good. We would have loved for the minister to have gone further with that to allow for fires. For individual fires, but you know, as we saw in Committee of the Whole House on Bills, that was not the case. We also like to see that there's a provision there to allow a voter's name to be obscured on the voters list. As we've said before, it is a good tool to shield domestic violence survivors from abusers. But again, there's still parts of this bill that I take issue with, and that is the continuous putting more and more power at the hands of the minister, particularly over planning in the municipal areas, and specifically over whether it's housing or whether it's long-term care facilities or child care facilities, putting those places in areas where they may not be zoned for that particular thing. There's a reason, often I've said this to the minister before, my municipalities don't allow for it or have not allowed for it, and that is all infrastructure issues. And I was sad to see that the minister did not take our amendment that would have allowed for municipalities not to have to foot the bill on those infrastructure issues that the province is downloading upon them. And as we've said, we agree that there must be a need for rapid transit, that we need to be able to make it easier to move around this province and to move around our cities and towns. And we think those aspects can be good. And so with those final words, I will take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Quick. It's quick. I am often asked if I have a twin, but I don't. Just a younger sister. My sister Holly is here today. Thank you.
Welcome to the host. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for... Yeah, okay. For Sydney member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm only going to take a few minutes to talk about this because there are some changes that we support. Overall, there are some positive things in this bill. The property tax relief, changes related to the energy in the Cogswell District, Transportation Corridor Act is another step in the right direction. But the reason why I wanted to get on my feet is that, so this is coming and we're about to vote on this, but we found out 15 minutes ago that the government has essentially taken over planning in the HRM. And when I was asked the question a few minutes ago by the media, my response was, this is the special mayor powers. So this is they gave themselves special mayor powers. So they didn't want to give them to the mayor. They wanted to give them to themselves. So this is going to be a very interesting conversation moving forward now that the government gave themselves the special mayor powers over HRM. Which will be very interesting because we're not even sure. I know the mayor was quoted in the release which the minister indicated, but I'm not convinced that HRM Council knows that this took place. And I'm sure that if this would have came before now, we probably would be into a pretty significant debate, Madam Speaker, over this decision by the government to give themselves control over the HRM. because essentially this is a sweeping move where, there's areas that have been designated, and now the government can essentially override the mayor and council. So stay tuned, the rest of Nova Scotia. Stay tuned. It was pretty surprised to see but not really surprised, Madam Speaker. This is the way the government operates. We have this important piece of legislation that has aspects in it that we all support, as I've indicated. But now, I believe that the councillors of the HRM have lost all of their power. I think public input is going to be very interesting to watch. Moving forward, Madam Speaker, I think that, my colleague said it in her comments to the media, why would anybody run for council? Essentially, they have lost that ability. The government now is taking over planning for a population of 500,000 people, the largest city in our province. And it is going to spark a lot of conversation moving forward. So I wanted to get up and talk about some positive aspects of the bill, which I was happy to do, but this is a big move. This is a big move by the government, and I suspect that the relationship between the province and the municipalities moving forward is going to be very different. HRM is today, is CBRM tomorrow. Are the municipalities around the province, what's next for them? Is this the real municipal modernization that the government wants to do? So I think it was very important to bring that up. I'm sure my colleague will talk about it too as well. But that happened in the last half an hour. This announcement came out. It should have been on the floor of the legislature, should have been debated on the floor of the legislature. You're essentially changing democracy here. This is a very big change for a democratically elected body that is the HRM mayor and council. I'll be very interested to hear more comments from the mayor on his support for this. But I'm not sure that the councillors are aware of this or not. I would predict maybe they're not, Madam Speaker. But this is a huge shift in the relationship between the province, the HRM, and I would argue even further, a huge change in the dynamic of governance in this province. And frankly, if the council wasn't made aware, if the elected councillors weren't made aware of it, this is disrespectful to them as democratically elected representatives. I was a councillor at one point in my career, Madam Speaker. You were too as well. Very proud to serve as a councillor in my community. It's the foundation of why I have the privilege of standing on my feet here today in the legislature. And I can tell you that if the government of the day came in and said, we're going to take over planning for your community, I'm sure I would be very upset. You would be very upset, and many of the people who were elected councillors in this place would be too as well. So I'll stop there. I want to give time to my colleague, but I think it's very important. This should have came to the floor. It should have been debated on the floor. This is a huge change in the relationship with our largest municipality, which I'm sure will flow into other municipalities. And it's a huge change in the democracy and the election of people in this community in Halifax and potentially in communities across the province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Madam Speaker, my colleague has spoken to the bill previously, the good and the bad, but the real municipal modernization that's taking place here is that on a Friday afternoon, after 8 long days that constitute the fall session of this legislature, this government has taken over the Halifax Regional Municipality, has taken over planning of the Halifax Regional Municipality. But here's what they haven't done. They haven't delivered for the Halifax Regional Municipality the things that are already within the provincial purview. There are a number of schools waiting to be built that have not been built. We have not heard an earful. As the MLA for Dartmouth South, I will say that we have been on the list for a new school for over a decade, not a whisper. We haven't heard about bus rapid transit actually, I correct myself, we have heard. It's not coming. We haven't heard about upgraded water infrastructure at a time when the infrastructure needs of Halifax Water are so severe that people are facing a rate shock. We haven't heard about improvements to our power grid that would mean that people, residents of downtown Dartmouth, of HRM, don't have to own gas-fired generators because they don't know if their power is going to stay on for the winter in the middle of this province's most populous city where half of the population lives. So the government can't do their own job when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to schools, when it comes to utilities, but now they want to do the job of HRM Council. Does this not warrant debate? Should the public not have been made aware of this? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs, it will be to close debate on third reading. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
So, Madam Speaker, I thank the members. I can assure members of this House that the timing of the announcement today, we expect that this legislation session to last 4 weeks. There's nothing to do with the end. The reality...
Order.
The reality is that the powers exercised in this House...
Order. No, it's all right. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
The reality is that we continue to work to provide housing for residents of this province, and we will do what's necessary to do that. The powers exercised were thoroughly debated in this House previously, and the amendments, the interim planning area announced was all content out of the existing regional plan. So 20 pages out of a 1,000-page regional plan. So we continue to work to provide housing for Nova Scotians. That's reality. With those words, Madam Speaker, I move to close third reading on Bill 141.
The motion is for third reading of Bill number 141, Municipal Modernization Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 141, an act respecting municipal modernization.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just request a quick recess to wait the arrival of His Honour.
We will have a short recess. that His Honor, the Lieutenant Governor, be admitted.
His Honor, the Lieutenant Governor. It is the wish of His Honor that everyone present be seated.
It may please Your Honor, the General Assembly of the Province has at its present session passed certain bills to which, in the name and on behalf of the General Assembly, I respectfully request Your Honor's assent.
Bill number 127, an act to protect Nova Scotians. Bill number 130, an act respecting highways and traffic safety. Bill number 134, an act respecting the administration of justice. Bill number 137, an act respecting regulatory burden reduction and service efficiency to enable economic growth. Bill number 141, an act respecting municipal modernization. Bill number 144, an act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act. Bill number 146, an act to amend Chapter 90 of the Acts of 1915, an act to incorporate Bannock Canoe Club Limited, and to amend Chapter 285, Acts of 1903, entitled An Act to Incorporate the Bannock Canoe Club Limited. Bill number 149, an act respecting energy. Bill number 150, an act respecting the right of access to records of public bodies and the right of privacy with respect to personal information held by public bodies. Bill number 155, an act to amend Chapter 228 of the Acts of 1920, an act to incorporate the Yarmouth Golf and Country Club. Bill number 156, an act to dissolve the Bridgewater Museum Commission. Bill number 157, an act to amend Chapter 108 of the Acts of 1954, the LaHave and District Fire Department Act. Bill number 165, an act to honor members and retired members of the Canadian Armed Forces in Nova Scotia.
Stand for this.
In His Majesty's name, I assent to these bills.
You may be seated. I would ask the members to please rise and join me in the singing of our national anthem. You may be seated. I recognize the Honorable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I move to adjourn, I'd like to thank a number of people who are in the House and made sure this session moved along smoothly. Madam Speaker, on behalf of all members of the House, I want to acknowledge the pages, those at Ledge TV that make us look so good, the folks at Hansard, the clerks of our House, James and David and the team, the Legislative Council Office who drafts the bills we debate on the floor every single day, Legislative Library, House Operations staff, the Sergeant at Arms, the Commissionaires, our constituency coordinators who make our constituencies run while we're here in this House. The entire public service, the men and women who are in the public service were some of the most dedicated people in the province. Madam Speaker, and I will go on the record, and I think everyone agrees, they are the best in the country. Our families, especially, for supporting us while we're in the House. For those of us that get to go home at night, it's a little bit easier. For those that don't, you're away from your family, and we appreciate that. And for our loved ones, for ensuring that our children's lives continue to go on while we're sitting here during the hours. So thank you to our families, and thank you to all of you for your support. I move that this General Assembly be adjourned to meet again at the call of the Speaker.
The motion is that the House now adjourn to meet again at the call of the Speaker. All those in favor? Contrary-minded? The motion is carried. We stand adjourned.